And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
The Bridge is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4.
research is required. It's why paleontology is such an exciting science. It's like we're always learning new things all the time. To mount the skeleton. Really, really cool. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to see all of you here. Happy Tuesday. It is April 28th, 2026. And even though the official date was yesterday, today we are celebrating World Tapir Day. I had to push it back by a day because of our big fundraiser, which I wanted to have on a Monday. So we had that yesterday. That was a fantastic success. Thank you again to everybody who contributed. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. But for right now, tapirs. One of my favorite extant critters. We'll be talking about why today. They are really cool animals. And by the end of today's stream, not only will you understand a great deal more about tapirs, but hopefully you'll appreciate them a lot more too. They're such... They're so weird and cool. I love tapirs. Anyway, but before we get to that, let me introduce myself real quick. Where are my manners? My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I don't really know that much about mammals, but we're still gonna make this work today. Dinosaurs are mostly what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, and what I excavate during the summers. Holy cow, Brentia! I don't know why our alert... That was a bit strange. Thank you for the 10 gift subs there, Brentia. 10 lucky chatters, in addition to your 5 earlier. 15 total. Won't have to watch a single ad for the next 30 days. I'll be in Florida. Actually, it'll be our last day in Florida, I think, before anybody has to watch another ad here among those lucky recipients. Thank you, Brentia, for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I was just saying, as a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I work on. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general, the entire multi-billion year history of life on Earth. Dinosaurs are just a small part of that, but they happen to be what I work on. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on, what I dig up during the summers. And beginning in June, we're going to be out there in Wyoming, using some of the money raised yesterday, digging up more dinosaurs. And I'll be live streaming that. So stay tuned for some live stream fieldwork.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I often do, Hogan, and I blame you for those 100 bits, or rather... Thank you, Hogan, I appreciate that. And Rockstar9124, I don't recognize that name. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Good to have you here. We're going to be talking all about tapirs today, and by the end of today's stream, you'll not just know, hopefully a good deal more about them, but have a better appreciation for them, and why we should protect them. These critters that are... I kind of see them as being quintessentially Paleogene in their appearance, their morphology. They're like holdovers from the early part of the Age of Mammals. It's like they're straight out of the Eocene or something. Well, that'll be a repetitive line today, I think. Straight out of the Eocene. It'll be a repetitive line today, I think. And Rockstar says, I love dinosaurs. Well, you're in the right place. Welcome. We're also printing a critter today. I think I may have gotten the 3D printer up and running again. Just took a little bit of tweaking. But anyway, it's good to have everybody here. And they have very boopable snoots. Some would say among the most boopable of snoots, Bush Doctor. Yeah. It's gonna be good. Before we get into, we do a Blue Sky post, before you do Metazoa or any of that, well, maybe we'll do a Blue Sky post first, and then we'll do the Tapir song. Which I discovered, was it last year, I think? And it's become the highlight of World Tapir Day each year. But, yeah. There we go. Take a quick screenshot. See if that's usable. And just wrapped up your Metazoo run. Very nice, Perissodactyls. What did you get? What was your score, I mean? I almost look worried here. I feel like we can do better. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave, thank you for the 450 bits. Paleontologizing. Oh, interesting. We could talk about that if you'd like, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for the 450 bits, by the way. Let's, I don't know why our alerts are being wonky like that. But Dinosaur Dave suggests we take a look at Paleontologizing. I think that's a great idea, Dinosaur Dave. Let me add that to our agenda. Thanks for the suggestion. That is excellent, I think. Yeah, nice. Anyway, let's do a better screenshot than I just did. Let's see if that's more usable. That'll work. Let's do it. Okay. You got it in 3. Holy cow, Perissodactyls. Well done. 3 guesses for today's Metazoa. Should be doing good things to your average. Excellent. There we go. I'm not much of a mammal guy. Some of my best friends are mammals, and well, I don't need to make this joke. We could make it more about tapirs. On today's Natural History Twitch stream, it's gonna get loud for a second. I gotta use the soundboard. What? Also my number key and how I type an MDAF. Alt-0151. That's the code on Windows. Their origins, biogeography, evolution, and conservation. What? There we go. All for hashtag World Tapir Day. Which we missed yesterday on account of our big fundraiser. Wyoming Fieldwork fundraiser. Join us at twitch.tv/paleontologizing for tapir goodness. Perissodactyl goodness. Okay. I don't really need to put that. That's fine. And holy cow, Mikey likes 61 months. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that, Mikey Likes.
61 months? That's almost like a whole year.
Almost? Wait. Almost. Mikey Likes, thank you for the 61 months of support. I really appreciate that. Excellent. And Kenneth Ye, hello to you too. I see you there in the chat. Give me just a minute and I can be more attentive. Let's get this posted. Put some alt text in here. Surrounded by Tapir Vernalia. Various pieces of Tapir Vernalia. Framed illustrations of tapir. Tapirs, figures of tapir osteology, and a life-sized 3D printed tapir skull, among other things. There we go. Good enough. And Hugin, 24 months there. Thank you. Appreciate your ongoing support, Hugin. Thanks for keeping me here online. Let's get this posted.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Good stuff. And here is a link if you'd like it. You happen to be on Blue Sky. Want to interact with that post? There you go. Thank you, Hugin. 24 months, 61 months from Mikey Likes. You're helping me continue to do this science outreach. This is, as I said, literally my full-time job. This is how I make my living. Thank you for helping make that possible. Hugin and Mikey Likes, it means a lot. And thank you, Wolvulus. Good to have you here too. Always a joy to see you here in the chat. Thank you for joining us. And surrounded by tapirs, quite a situation, says Charlie's Dragon. Well. I think to kick off our observation of World Tapir Day, some of you already know it and love it. Some of you don't know it yet, but will love it.
So according to new research, dinosaurs learned to fly because they drank Red Bull, and we all know that Red Bull gives you wings.
Not a sponsored stream, Hugin. If they want me to say that, they're going to have to pay me. Thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah. And Synthberry, yeah, we've talked about that a whole bunch of times. That's the museum that I used to work at, Museum of the Rockies, was where some of that work took place. Yeah. It's intriguing, and we will talk more about that, I'm sure, in the future. But I don't really know enough about the fossilization process, about taphonomy, diagenesis, all of that, to really have much insight. I want to bring on an expert about that kind of thing before we really dive into soft tissue and dinosaur fossils, because it's a fascinating topic. Yeah. And there you go, Synthberry. Yeah, thank you for the 100 bits, Hugin. I appreciate it. Here. World Tapir Day is, that's what we're celebrating today. And lucky for us, it's a really groovy theme song. And we get to feel very sophisticated as we enjoy it. It's in a foreign language, to me at least. I love these closed captions here. Translate. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, 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 tapir. Black and white, and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Himalayan tapir. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Tapir, tapir. Black and white, and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. But in the zoo, they also eat potatoes. And also eat apples. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Tapir, tapir. Did you know that the ear tips are white? Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. Look at this. This critter looks like it's straight out of the Eocene. Just nuts. Look at that. Look at those stripes. Look at that proboscis. The Malayan tapir. Perissodactyla tapiridae. The largest tapir of the 4 species of tapir. The proboscis of the tapir is a highly flexible organ, able to move in all directions, allowing the animals to grab foliage that would otherwise be out of reach. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Tapir, tapir. Black and white and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. Is that true? But in the zoo, they're eating bananas. Without peeling! Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Tapir, tapir. Did you know that the belly is black? Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. That's the Japanese legend. I'm aware, Casey's nowhere, yeah. Isn't there a creature of legend called Baku? Which was later transferred onto this real animal? They're such cool critters. Here's a link. Good stuff. And Synthberry says, do they have 2 stomachs? I don't think any mammals have 2 stomachs. Even when you hear about ruminants, you know, artiodactyls, things like cows, like, oh, a cow has 4 stomachs. I don't think that's actually true. I think they have 1 stomach that has 4 chambers in it. So there's like subdivisions in the stomach, but it's still 1 stomach. Tapirs, I think, I don't even know if they have that. Let's look it up real quick. But good question. Tapirs have simple stomachs and are hindgut fermenters that ferment digested food in a large cecum. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I think I remember this. So they're perissodactyls, the odd-toed ungulate mammals. They tend to have a more simple digestive tract, and that might be something of a hindrance to them. This is something we'll be talking about today, with the rise and fall of these different dynasties of living things. Perissodactyls, that's the group that includes tapirs and rhinos and horses. Those critters used to be really diverse and really common, especially here in North America where they first evolved. And artiodactyls, the even-toed ungulates, I think used to be more rare, not as diverse, and nowadays it's kind of crazy, the disparity in diversity. We'll take a look. And hello, sweetie pie. Yeah, we're talking about mammals today, like you and me. Here we go. So let's go to mammals. Take a trip and go see the mammals. All stuffed up. Hot, sweetie pie. Yeah. Mammals. Alright. Here's mammals right here. eutherian mammals, placental mammals, boroeutherians. Here we go. So within Laurasiatheria, we've got all the carnivorans and the bats and the. We don't have the primates, are we? Yeah. Elliptotyphlins, cloven-hoofed ungulates. So, ungulates. It's still unclear whether or not this is a true evolutionary group. Ungulata, the ungulates, so-called hoofed mammals. Not all of them have hooves, though. Whales, famously, don't have hooves anymore. But, yeah, ungulates. We've got the even-toed or cloven-hoofed ungulates. This is the group that includes whales and goats and pigs and stuff like that. 313 species of cloven-hoofed ungulates. And then we have the odd-toed ungulates. Not because they're strange, but because they have an odd number of digits. Either 1 or 3. Perissodactyl. Perissodactyla is the clade name. Only 16 today. There's nearly 300 more species of even-toed ungulates than odd-toed ungulates. But these guys were really successful starting off. They were all over the place. Lots and lots of different species, and it might be that they were, to a certain extent, kind of outcompeted by the even-toed ungulates. I'd love to get the opinion of a mammal paleontologist about this, somebody who actually works on these things, knows more about it than I do, but it certainly seems like perissodactyls have had a hard time of it lately, and the artiodactyls have really thrived. But yeah. Anyway, I know, right, Casey? Yeah, only 16 species. There's, I think, 4 species of tapir, 7 species of horse with an equidae, tapirs, 4. And then we've got the rhinos with 5 living species. We're going to be talking about all these critters today to a certain extent, with a special focus on tapirs, but I want to give some attention to their relatives. Because tapirs, their closest living relatives are rhinos, and outside of that, horses. Yeah. Perissodactyla is the name of that clade. And are bovids the only ones with multi-chambered tummies? I'm not sure, Claire. I actually don't know enough about... I think that might even be a misnomer for some of them. Like, I don't know if they actually have multi-chambered stomachs. I know people have said that about rabbits, and I don't know if they really have that. Oh, what do you think, sweetie pie? You don't have a strong opinion? No? But yeah, I don't know enough about that to really know the deal, Claire. I'm not sure. Yeah. And Question of the Bud says, I've been told that zebras were never domesticated successfully because of how they are such not nice animals. I've heard this as well. There's a really interesting book by, was it Jared Diamond? It's interesting. I think it's still pretty highly regarded as scholarship, but it's very much like a book for a popular audience. But in this, Jared Diamond tries to explore, like, why certain human civilizations and groups have, like, conquered other ones, and how it's often due to, like, circumstance. One of those things is that people from northern continents, like Europe and Asia, they had more animals that were easily domesticable. You can't domesticate every kind of animal. You need, like, there's a bunch of pieces that have to fall exactly into place in order for you to be able to domesticate an animal. Generally, the animals have some sort of, like, social hierarchy or something like that you can kind of step into and be like, hey, I'm the boss. And they'll be like, yes, sir. So you have to have some sort of, like, thing like that. Zebras don't really have that, apparently. Not the same way that horses do. Not the same way that Equus caballos does. The horses that were able to be domesticated. And also, there's another nasty thing about zebras, where apparently when they bite, it's not like a horse where they just like kind of bite and let go. With a zebra, they clamp on, and sometimes they'll just like remove whatever flesh they're holding on to. Like when they bite, they do not let go. So those were potentially two of the reasons why zebras were never domesticated. People have tried. Within the last couple centuries, people have tried to domesticate zebras, and it hasn't worked, as I understand it. So yeah. But yeah, horses have been very successful. This is true, Lukai, at least in terms of being widespread, but they're not very speciose. That's the thing. Success, or being successful, it's kind of in the eye of the beholder, you know? That's a term that's difficult to quantify. Or at least it doesn't come automatically quantified for us. You have to like come up with a metric for success. And if our metric is speciosity, diversity, the number of species that you have evolved. With horses, it's 7 living species of equid. It's not that many. But yeah. And Trichotherium, there you go, Golganek. Yeah, we'll be talking about this critter as well. The largest land mammal that's ever lived might have been a perissodactyl, a giant rhino. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Synthberry says, if tapirs are natural to South America and Southeast Asia, would that imply they date back to Pangaea? Synthberry, excellent question. The answer is no. No, tapirs are way newer than that. Pangaea is from the beginning of the age of dinosaurs. Tapirs first evolved, I think, about 50 million years ago, 55, something like that. And they evolved in North America. They're a North American original. From there, they spread across the land bridge into Asia. They made it all the way to Europe. They never made it into Africa. But from North America, they also made it down into South America, where they exist now. But that was back in, what, like the Miocene or Pliocene? During the Great American Biotic Interchange? But we'll be talking about all that today. I'm glad you're asking these questions. This is great. I love it. Yeah. Donkeys and zebras seem to be faring better at surviving without... Exactly, Casey. Yeah. Yeah. Argument can go, but yeah, exactly, Lukai. It's a subjective thing. Success as a group of organisms, you know? Yeah. And, like, there are certain creatures that are just not going to speciate as easily. That's the thing, is that, like, if you're, like, a tiny little species of mouse, or, like, a little bird in an island chain, you're going to go nuts and speciate like crazy, and there's going to be a bunch of related species all around. But if you're like a big, very mobile animal, it's more difficult to have isolated populations that will eventually become new species. You know what I mean? So yeah. And there you go, Hugin. Yeah. We've got a tapir from, well, not too far from where I live, here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. In fact, right over there, near where I grew up, where my grandpa still lives today, like just down the street from him, is I have that saved in here. Probably not. Let's look at the UCMP collection search. I was just at the museum this morning, by the way. Here we go. Hanging out with our state fossil, Smilodon. But at the University of California Museum of Paleontology, Tapirus. Let's see. Nope, not Congo. Gosh darn it. United States. There we go. County. Contra Costa County, where I grew up. There we go. Yeah, so we've got a tapir tooth. 15 minus 9 is 6. There we go. Tapir tooth from Concord, California. Concord. We call it Concord. Yeah, this is from the Pleistocene, from just a few thousand years ago. Probably fewer than 20,000 years ago. In Concord, California. So there we go. Here's the San Francisco Bay Area. There's San Francisco there. There's Berkeley over here. Berkeley, Oakland. And then I grew up over here around Concord, Pleasant Hill, Martinez. This is basically from right over here, like Port Chicago area. Like there, essentially, is where this tapir tooth is from, which is really cool. We had all kinds of wild and wonderful critters right here in the San Francisco Bay Area until very recently. When I was at the San Diego Zoo a couple years ago, I got to see this lovely mural by William Stout. Here we go. That features like a Pleistocene California tableau. Condors. All of those critters also existed here during the Pleistocene, but they were joined by critters like... Here, I'll go back a little bit. The menagerie. This is super neat. We talk about this all the time. We've got present-day California with a menagerie of different mammals and birds, plants, and some reptiles in here too. California. Hey, Sparky Pugwash. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. White-tailed deer, bobcat, condors. All of those today also existed here during the Pleistocene, but they were joined by critters like ground sloths, Columbian mammoths, short-faced bears, American lions, pronghorn, and territorn. And who's this right here? Well. Horns, mastodons, and camels, saber-toothed cats, and tapirs. This is so cool. I love this guy. Who did this? What's William Stout? Well. Real sketch by William Stout. That is brilliant. One of my favorite living artists. Is this the same one that we saw at... I want to say it's different from the one we saw at the San Diego Natural History Museum. I'd love to have a print of this at home. This is so cool. That is so cool. Oh, man. I met William Stout a couple years ago at SVP. And that was pretty darn cool. Yeah. I should bring him on for an interview at some point. Yeah. Synthberry says, was that tooth dated by sediment layer, or did they use other methods? I don't know about that particular tooth. I know it was probably found in Pleistocene alluvium, so we essentially know the age of the rocks for this. It was collected in 1947. Shoot. Port Chicago in Concord, California. This is maybe before Concord was even incorporated. I don't know. But anyway, other fossils of this critter are, I'm sure, better dated than this. This is like, we know it's Rancho-Librean in age. This is the same sediments, the same strata that you find ground sloths and mammoths and mastodons and stuff in. And bison. Bison are really the kicker for Rancho-Librean. Once bison come over the land bridge from Asia, that's when the Rancho-Librean starts. Basically, it's defined by the presence of bison. If it's earlier than the bison, you know, and you're in the Irvingtonian or earlier. If you've got bison in North America, that means you're Rancho La Bran or later. So yeah. But yeah. And Petrodactylus, that's not even half. They've got a bunch of Pleistocene stuff at the San Diego Zoo. It's pretty impressive, really. Welcome, Jazzy Cat.
And yeah, only 12,000 years ago. This is while the first people were here in California, you know? First people had kind of just arrived. There's even an American cheetah right there, just above the tusks of the Columbian mammoth.
American cheetah right there.
Very cool. We've got American horses, we've got bison, we've got some
the target display. Exactly.
Number 10. Number 10, capybara, Hydrochira species. Very cool.
We had capybara here in California, which is really neat. One thing that I find kind of funny is that usually when we do World Tapir Day, there's at least one person who will come into the chat and they'll ask a question that I find baffling, and yet they're kind of onto something. They'll ask me, "Hey, Danny, are tapirs related to capybara?" And the answer, of course, is no. But they are kind of weirdly... They almost have similar vibes in a way. They're both largish, or at least medium-sized mammals. There's a lot of them in South America. They have semi-aquatic habits. They generally seem pretty chill. But they are not related at all. Capybara are kind of rodent. And they are quite far from tapirs. Tapirs are here within Perissodactyla. Again, there's the tapirs right there. So... thank you, Salor, for the 24 months of support. Thank you, thank you. Tapirs and capybara. Capybara are kind of rodent. They are quite distant from one another. They last shared a common ancestor 85 million years ago, which is basically the same time that we did. So, tapir and capybara are not closely related. Each of them is about, well, at least, tapirs are about equally closely related to us as they are to capybara. Like, the three of us, humans, capybara, tapirs, we all share the same common ancestor about 85 million years ago. That's how far back that split is, that it's the same split with our lineage. So yeah. But yeah. When Sparky Pogwash says they look like rhinos, I mean, tapirs do because they're related. Yeah. Again, we'll be talking about that today. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says, I can see someone thinking that they could be related, similar body shapes. And I think they... For people who are looking at these animals, for people whose primary experience with these animals is through something like Instagram or TikTok, or maybe going to the zoo, you might think of them as being classed in a similar way. Like, I don't know. Here's a big weird, or medium-sized weird cool mammal. They hang out in the water. They've maybe got similar digits. Yeah. And these two hang out together? Is that real? Huh. Tapirs, though, are arguably not nearly as chill as capybara are. There are numerous instances, recorded instances of tapirs, killing people in self-defense. Like hunters in the Amazon, human hunters, being human beings who go hunting in the Amazon or in like cloud forests of the Andes, to like try and hunt a tapir, and the tapir says no, and mauls them and kills them. There's even like I think at least one instance of a tapir getting spooked by a zookeeper while it had babies, and in an effort to try and defend those babies, killing the zookeeper. So yeah, that escalated quickly, says Petrodactylus. Yeah. They're formidable animals, and they can defend themselves if they want to. They've got quite a set of chompers, and yeah, those tusk-like teeth that they have can be a pretty powerful defensive weapon. There we go. 55-year-old man attacked by... He was attacked by a Brazilian tapir? No, I think he attacked the tapir. After surprising and stabbing the animal in his corn plantation. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is not the tapir's fault. I'm just gonna say it. The perpetrator received deep bites in his thighs, neck, and cervical areas. It's his neck. Not his cervix, his neck. Cervical vertebrae, neck. Resulting in severe hemorrhage and death. Okay. This is the first report of a tapir incident resulting in death and is of interest because of the severity of the contusions and lacerations caused by the provoked animal. So this is back in 2005? That can't be right. This is the first documented occurrence of a tapir killing a person. That doesn't sound right. Anyway, Petrodactylus, I mean, yeah. You go into these animals' habitat, you clear away a bunch of the trees, you establish a plantation, and then you go traipsing around, you surprise one, and then you stab it, and then it kills you. Like, that... People need to have more respect for animals and their habitats. I'll just put it like that. Yeah. And the zookeeper story. There you go, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Yeah. So this was, But yeah, did she survive? She just lost her arm. Okay. Oh. Another one of these USA Today style websites where you click over here in order to be able to scroll up and down, and it takes you to the homepage. It's really annoying. I don't have access to this, but give me a second. Let's see. Tapir mauls zookeeper. Tapir decapitates Darth Maul. That's not what we're looking for. Anyway, I should do Metazoo before I forget. But yeah, there you go, Gene Len. Yeah. Wow. Again, not making fun of. Salute to zookeepers around the world. They're doing good work most of the time. Yeah. A tapir pulled an Oklahoma City zookeeper into its cage and bit her arm off at the mid-biceps as she tried to feed the animal before the zoo opened, authorities said. The woman whose identity was not disclosed, it was disclosed in the other article, also suffered facial injuries and a punctured lung. Holy cow. Her arm could not be reattached, the surgeon said. The pig-like, donkey-sized tapir is an herbivore related to the horse and the rhinoceros. I don't know if I'd describe them as pig-like, but they are about donkey-sized, I guess. If it's like a lowland tapir. Let's take a look at the 4 different species real quick before we get into it. I reposted this earlier. This person did an excellent little illustration of the 4 living species of tapir. From the largest, the Malayan tapir, which is the star of that song, to the smallest, which I think is the Baird's tapir. Is that right? Let's see. Maybe it's mountain tapir. Baird's tapir is here. They are endangered. Southeast Mexico, Panama, Northwest Colombia. They're endangered. The mountain tapir, smallest of the 4 species. Tapirus pinchaque. Northwestern South America. They are endangered. South American tapir. East Andes, Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay. They are vulnerable. And the Malayan tapir, endangered. So all 4 living species of tapir are not doing so hot in terms of numbers and range. All 4 of those species need our help. Or we need them. They need us to leave them alone. More than likely. But yeah. But it's a great graphic, isn't it? Isn't it nice, Lenina? Just lovely. Fafo. I guess so, Luca, yeah. And Kenneth Ye says, are they related to elephants? They're not. They are perissodactyls, like we were just talking about. So they are related to horses and rhinos. Perissodactyla is here. Hey, Hyphne, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here we go. The so-called odd-toed ungulates, perissodactyls. There used to be so many species of these guys early in the age of mammals, and now we're down to just 16. So their diversity certainly dropped off. We got the horses here. We got the tapirs. And we've got the rhinos. Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. Lowland tapir. They are very cool, Casey. They are very cool. And we'll get into the 4 living species of tapir in a little bit. But first, Metazoa. Oh, and hello, sweetie pie. You've returned. What are you doing? You look a little... There's something about you that's almost reminiscent of a Malayan tapir, sweetie pie. I don't think it's your attitude. I think it's your coat color. Huh. Yeah. Oh. No, these guys, it's really interesting. I don't know if that is camouflage or if it's species recognition. Because they have like a reverse backwards counter shading thing kind of going on. They're not light on top and dark underneath. Well, they are a little bit, I guess. But just having that big white splodge over most of their torso, it's, maybe it helps break up their silhouette. But the babies, when they're young, they've got this beautiful dappled camouflage like this. I always thought this was so cool. Again, it looks like it's straight out of the Eocene. But then as they mature, they take on that adult color scheme. That's what the Malayan tapir. I think all species of tapir, when they're young, they've got that dappled kind of forest camouflage pattern like this. But, yeah. And again, only the Malayan tapir has this striking kind of grayscale Yeah. What it reminds me of, honestly, is a panda. Pandas almost have a similar thing going on. And maybe it is like a kind of warning pattern. It's like, hey, I'm big, I'm conspicuous, you know I'm here. I don't even have to try and hide. But you try and mess with me, I'll bite your arm off. And puncture your lung. Like, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. Seems flashy for camouflage. Yeah, I don't think it's camouflage. But I don't know. Let's take a look at this video here of a Malayan tapir. Oh.
My name is Ben Thomas. I am an animal care specialist here at Denver Zoo Conservation Alliance, and I primarily focus with the pachyderm team. Rini is a Malayan.
That's so funny that that's using that antiquated term, pachyderm. That's so funny that these used to be called pachyderms, which is no longer a term. Like we don't use that anymore.
And tapir is one of the 4 species of tapir that live in the world. They are native to Southeast Asia, primarily Malaysia, but also Thailand as well. The IUCN status is endangered. There's roughly about 2,500 fully grown adults left. Rini was born in Woodland Park Zoo in Seattle, and she came here in 2010.
So 2,500. I was gonna try and give you a stat like, oh, there are... Chat, did you know that there are actually fewer Malayan tapirs in the world than there are, I don't know, NFL players or MLB players or something? But no, there's more tapirs than that. I guess NFL players is like 1,600 on the active roster, whatever that means. So anyway, I thought it was gonna be neat, but it didn't work out. But yeah. And, well. I think we're getting a call, sweetie pie.
Tyler
Who
Bolt
is it?
underscore is calling in with 25 raiders to talk about dinosaurs.
Or tapirs, more like it, today. Thank you. Tyler Bones, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. How was your stream? It's great to have you. Streaming My Voice Zoo. Oh, cool. Tyler Bones says we're here for dinosaurs. Normally I am too. My name is Danny. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. But today we're celebrating World Tapir Day. So I hope you're okay talking about tapirs today. But dinosaurs are normally what I'm talking about. Dinosaurs and other fossil critters. We'll be talking about fossil tapirs today too. But again, I hope you had an excellent stream, Tyler Bones. Tell me about it if you don't mind. Love to hear about it. And what'd you get up to? Let's see if I can get this to work. There we go. Here's what we're all about here on this channel. Welcome.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing.
Skeletons are never found complete. They're always missing bones, missing parts.
Bradulus, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is
Fossil
science,
skeletons
too.
are never found complete. They're always missing bones, missing parts.
Two of the same alert in a row? That never happens. War Gamester, thank you for the follow. And Jungle TZ, thank you for following as well. Welcome. And Danny the Dinosaur Paleontologist. It's true, War Gamester. That's me.
I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Thank you for the applause, Plague Varick, and thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too.
Bradulus says, I didn't hear what you said. You just kind of tapired off at the end. Oh, boy. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Again, thank you, Tyler Bones, for the raid. I really appreciate it. Good to have you here. Thanks for bringing everybody over. But yeah. And a debate about how long ago hominids and chimps had a common ancestor. Aren't chimps part of hominidae nowadays? They're not part of hominidae, but they are part of hominidae. I know what you mean. Like, I'm not a paleoanthropologist. I don't really keep up on the phylogenetic taxonomy of those human relatives and human ancestors. But yeah. Anyway, I think you'll be right at home here, War Gamester. I'm glad you could be here. Yeah. Chimps and peoples. Yeah, you're all good, War Gamester. In fact, we're about to talk about that. About phylogeny. But first, let's finish out this video that we were looking at right before you got here.
My name is Ben Thomas. I am an animal care specialist here at Denver Zoo Conservation Alliance, and I primarily focus with the pachyderm team.
And again, I was talking about how pachyderms, I mentioned this briefly, but the term pachyderm it used to apply to, before we really understood the evolutionary relationships of these different critters, pachyderm, meaning thick skin, this label was applied to a bunch of different mammals that turn out not to be related to one another. So tapirs apparently are one of them. Tapirs, pigs, elephants, rhinos, hippos, and yeah, I guess end of list. Nowadays it turns out those critters are not related to one another. Elephants are much more closely related to hyraxes and the manatees. Tapirs and rhinos are close relatives. But pigs are way over closer to whales than they are to any of those critters. So, pretty neat that we can understand these things now, both by studying fossils and studying the ancestry of these different critters, going back in time into the Cenozoic. Earlier into the Cenozoic, I should say. We're still in the Cenozoic. But also by studying DNA. By looking at the genetic codes of these different animals, we can figure out who is more closely related to whom and build this grand, beautiful phylogeny, this tree of life like this. Here's the rhinos next to the tapirs. Again, we'll get back to this in a minute after we finish this video. But all life on Earth, we can figure out their relationships using the fossil record, using morphology to a certain extent, and using genetics. All life on Earth is descended from a single common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago. Pretty cool. We can figure this out, you know. So yeah. What is their most, their last common ancestor, War Gamester? It's tricky to say when you're looking at the fossil record. We'll be talking about that in a little bit, but there's some critters in the Eocene. Kind of like, well, I'm 3D printing one of them right now. Paleotherium was floated as an ancestor of tapirs and horses and rhinos back in the day, but it might not be old enough for that. It's funny, like, with some of these illustrations, they're like, oh, this animal is the ancestor of tapirs and horses and rhinos? Let's just kind of combine those. Yeah, Paleotherium. When did it live? What is it? Late Eocene? Middle Eocene to early Oligocene. So it's way too late in time to be the ancestor of tapirs, horses, and rhinos. It's a different branch kind of going off in its own direction, but it might look similar to the common ancestor of those critters. I don't know off the top of my head if we have a good candidate to be the ancestor of all those critters in the fossil record. If we found those fossils yet. So yeah. Anywho. Mayor Spaces, I think their ancestor would look like a big salamander. I mean, if you go back far enough into the Devonian, sure, Mayor Space. I think their ancestor would look like a eukaryotic cell with a nucleus. Anywho, tapirs.
Is a Malayan tapir. Is one of the 4 species of tapir that live in the world. They are native to Southeast Asia, primarily Malaysia, but also Thailand as well. The IUCN status is endangered. There's roughly about 2,500 fully grown adults left.
Kenneth, yeah.
Winnie was born in Woodland Park Zoo in Seattle, and she came here in 2010. TEP, the exhibit that houses Asian elephants, greater one-horned rhinos, and Malayan tapirs, was built in 2012. All animals here at Denver Zoo Conservation Alliance receive exceptional expertise care based on the individual and they need, and Rooney is no exception to that.
I love tapirs.
She requires certain modifications of her exhibit and training sessions due to the fact that she is almost 60% blind. Back in 2014, we noticed that she was starting to bump into a few things. And so we got an optometrist to come out once the team and the vets decided.
Imagine being an optometrist for a tapir, you know? Would you go ahead and read that chart for us real quick? Oh.
R, Q, J, question mark, smiley face.
Oh. Lukai says, now that's something you can use as small talk with the other page. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Is this chart lettuce? Doesn't taste right, says Mary Smith. Yeah.
That her visual impairment was permanent. We decided to take a relook at our management styles of how we house her and how we train with her. Here at Denver Zoo Conservation Alliance, we do a training style called operant conditioning with a focus on positive reinforcement, meaning they choose and then they get reinforced based on participating. So we normally use targets to ask them to go to a certain area.
Which is going to be visual, yeah. They do the same thing at Monterey Bay Aquarium with some of their larger, slower fishes in the open sea exhibit. Oh, and this one's got a...
Being able to see that target, we added an auditory component to where we would shake it and make contact with her nose to then be reinforced. We will never send her to a different facility because of how well adapted she's been to understanding and maneuvering this exhibit. We have made altercations in removing barriers that could be a tripping hazard or making sure that there are easy pathways to maneuver around. And she has very successfully been able to kind of memorize the patterns and layout of
that's
our
cool, Petrodactylus.
exhibits here. A few things that I love about working with Rooney are that, surprisingly, she'll teach you patience. Working with tapirs tend to be a little slow and methodical in their day-to-day lives and movements. Tapirs have very delicate feet and require a lot of foot management, where we do daily checks. Every other day we check their feet to make sure that there's no cuts, bruises, or cracks. And while they are laying down and over, belly rubs are very reinforcing. Getting to scratch a giant animal's belly is very rewarding. It is our passion to be here every day and take care of these animals. And No matter what, we are working tirelessly every day to make sure that all animals have the best life possible.
Very cool. Yeah, next time I go to Denver, I should go see the tapirs. Here's a link to that video right here. Yeah. What's the closest known animal to the tapir to the best of our current knowledge? Oh, rhinos. Rhinos are the closest living relatives of tapirs. Here, let's see here. Is this the right one? There's a video that I have from our last World Tapir Day, talking about perissodactyls and who their closest living, well, their relationships, I mean. It might be right here. Paleontologist Ben Berger.
Welcome to Utah State University's Vertebrate Paleontology course. My name is Benjamin Berger, and in this video we will quickly describe the major groups of both living and extinct perissodactyla. These are the odd-toed ungulates that today include rhinos, horses, and tapirs. But in the distant past,
thank you, Wargamester. Thanks for being here. I'll see you around.
Interesting creatures that we will discuss quickly in this video. Now remember, perissodactyls are considered Laurasiatherians. This is a massive clade of mammals that includes moles and bats and lions and horses and deer. And most molecular phylogenies recognize that perissodactyls...
So a molecular phylogeny is a family tree that we generate by looking at the DNA. So you're making a DNA-based family tree.
And artiodactyls, which include whales and dolphins, the Cetartiodactyla, together form a branch of Laurasiatherians onto themselves, and these are called the Ungulata. Now, morphological phylogenies also support...
Here, I'll see if I can scooch forward a little bit, and maybe we have... Does he talk about Ceratotheria here?
With the possible origin in Asia. The earliest Eocene perissodactyls here in North America were the horses, Equidae, followed by the early tapir-like Isectolophids, then true tapirs, Tapiridae, Brontotheres, also called Titanotheres, and the Rhinoceroididae, the superfamily, which included a diverse group of rhinos. And by the early Middle Eocene, all of these groups were diverse and well represented.
Thank you,
in the
Ms.
fossil
Artrules. I
record.
appreciate that.
The last major group of perissodactyls to appear are the Chalicotheridae.
Oh, Chalicotheres are so weird and cool. I wish we could do multiple streams just on them. These big, like, gorilla horse things. They're not related to gorillas. They just look superficially like a gorilla. But they're related to horses. They're so weird and cool. And some of them got huge. Like, there's some of the biggest terrestrial mammals to have ever evolved. The biggest Chalicotheres. Just incredibly weird and cool. You've never heard of them, Bush Doctor? Oh, man. Are they neat. Chalicotheres are just... Here, I'll show you a quick video just to introduce them. And then we'll do Metazoa, and then we'll get back to the tapirs and other perissodactyls.
This creature is an extinct relative of horses and rhinos known as Chalicothere. And this creature is also a Chalicothere, even though they look pretty different. Both of these animals lived at the same time and in the same places, and they did the same things. They're both closely related to each other and to horses and rhinos, and they both developed highly specialized adaptations that help them exploit their main source of food, the leaves at the top of trees. The first animal is known as Chalicotherium, and it wound up having enormous arms and walking around on its knuckles, kind of like a gorilla.
Cool.
The other
so cool. cool.
Tylocephalonyx, and it turned out to look a little more horse-like, but with a longer neck and this weird bony dome on its skull.
Like a pachycephalus.
So what happened? How did two of the same kind of animal living in the same place end up looking so different? The answer is parallel evolution.
I'll give you a link if you're intrigued by this and would like to follow up. Excellent. But yeah, Chalicotheres are really weird and cool and don't get nearly enough attention, I think, especially since multiple people in the chat have never heard of them or seen them. But man, are they neat. They're just, like, what a weird creature. Just incredibly cool. Oh man, Chalicotheres. Anywho. Horse, bear, sloth, you got there, says Shark Geek. Yeah, I mean, they're related to horses. But they're like, it's like if a horse really wanted to be a gorilla. So they're like, yeah, let's do that. And let's do it before gorillas even evolved, I think. These guys are from what, like the Miocene? Incredibly weird and cool. Yeah. They're so neat.
The killer dinosaurs!
Galadrix, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And, let's do Metazoa before I get too distracted here. Oh, and let me give you a link to the Benjamin Berger video, too, if you want to learn more about perissodactyls in general. Excellent resource here from a professor at Utah State University in Vernal, Utah. Utah's dinosaur land, as it's sometimes referred to. Let's jump into our daily animal guessing challenge, Metazoa. I didn't do this on stream yesterday. I did it in advance because I wanted to leave more time for our fundraiser, which was a runaway success. Thank you again to everybody who contributed. I need to look at your name submissions soon. It's gonna be neat. But yeah, this gives me an opportunity, an excuse really, to talk about phylogeny, to talk about the evolutionary relationships of different living things. In this case, animals. So we've got 20 guesses to try and figure out what today's sole mystery animal species is. 20 guesses. I'm going to see if we can do it in 5 or fewer.
Hold on to your butts.
The way that it works is you type a guess into this box, and then Metazoa will tell you the smallest evolutionary group that includes your guess and the mystery animal. So if you're really close, it'll be a really small group. If you're not close, it'll be a really big group. And you narrow it down from there until you finally get to the species. And we'll be using the one zoom tree of life to kind of illustrate these relationships. The reason that this works, the reason that we can do this, usually in 5 or fewer guesses, is that all living things on our planet are related to one another. And when I say that, I mean that in a very literal way. Living things are related, like in the same way that you're related to your siblings or to your cousins. You and your siblings have got a recent common ancestor. You've got the same parents. At least one of the same parents. Same with your cousins. You have a recent common ancestor. You've got the same grandparents as your cousins. That's how all life on Earth works too, but on a much broader scale. We can illustrate the relationships of different living things on our planet, and extinct things too. When I say living things, I mean organisms. They could be extinct also. But they all come from a common ancestor. As far as we know, every living thing on our planet evolved from a last universal common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago, give or take. Lucky for us, we don't have to worry about all of life here, just the animals for Metazoa. So let's zoom into the animal limb on the tree of life. There we go. Animals. And Metazoa doesn't have all of these species programmed in, not all 1.4 million plus. It's got like, I think, a few hundred. Maybe a few thousand, I'm not totally sure. But again, we're gonna try and get this in 5 guesses or fewer. in order to do that, I like to start off with a mammal, oftentimes. Metazoa is kind of biased toward mammals. It's a game that was programmed by mammals, so that's probably fair enough, right? Give me the name of a mammal, chat. A placental mammal, so please no marsupials or monotremes. No kangaroos, no platypus. Tapir's a good one. Let's do that, Claire. Tapir.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see, it's a perissodactyl, and we're nowhere close. Holy cow. So, he said, please, Metazoa, is our creature a tapir? And Metazoa says, nope, best I can do for you today is bilateria. Much broader clade, you know? So, we know our critter is a bilaterally symmetrical animal, which does not narrow things down, hardly at all. We've gone from 1.4 million species to 1.399 million species. But it actually tells us a lot more than that, because we know that our critter is not going to be a deuterostome over here. So, no echinoderms, no sponges, no vertebrates, which means no amphibians, no reptiles, no mammals, no ray-finned fishes, no jawless fishes, no cartilaginous fishes. None of these guys. Our critter instead has to be a protostome. And every time we do this, I like to guess ladybug next. If that's a kind of beetle, there's so many species of beetle, it's a smart guess to take. Let's do ladybug. And, well. Yeah, no purgatory. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. So, our critter is not a ladybug per se. It's not even a beetle, but it is part of this clade I've never heard of before. Aperiglossata. It's a clade of insects comprising all of the modern holometabolous insects. Those are the ones with complete metamorphosis, except for Hymenoptera. Ooh, this is really good. So we know it's not going to be a hymenopteran. It's no ants, no wasps, no bees. Huh. And we know it's not a beetle either. So I think we're doing pretty well here. Let's look up this clade on Wikipedia real quick, just so I can familiarize myself. Again, holometabolous insects are the ones who have got, like, full-on metamorphosis that they do. So, here's our clade, Aperiglossata. Although, we can probably say, since we guessed ladybug and it said no, we can probably ignore this whole side of the tree. Which is mostly just beetles, I guess, because I don't think they have lace wings or snake wings or anything like that. So our critter could be a flea. I don't think they have scorpion flies. It could be a flea or a fly or a butterfly or moth. Lepidopterans. Let's try a fly. Let's try a housefly. Let's see if that gets us anywhere close.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. And okay. Got us a little bit closer. Panorpida. Panorpida. Alright. So it's got to be on the other side. It's either going to be a caddisfly, which I don't think they have, or some sort of lepidopteran. Let's try... They don't have caddisfly. They have monarch butterfly, atlas moth, and silk moth. What's another name for, if we're just talking about common names here? Swallowtail? I don't know, swallowtail. Let's try monarch. Why not? Probably my favorite butterfly species. We've got a lot of them here in California. Let's give that a shot here. Monarch butterfly. One can hope. One can hope.
Hold on to your butts.
Here we go. No. It's not. Gosh darn it. Are there any other... I don't think there are any butterfly species, right? After monarch? No. So it's got to be something called a moth, presumably. Obtectomera is the clade. Yeah. Are silk moths, silkworms, part of this clade? Bicoidea. Obtectomera, yes. Okay, it's got to be silk moth, huh? Silkworm, silk moth. I think it's probably gonna be. Let's try it.
Hold on to your butts.
And yes, that's it. Not too shabby. Got it 5 guesses. Not the worst. Could have done better, I guess. But yeah, excellent. Here, let's go ahead and post that. Yeah. Pretty decent today. And my streak is up to 8 now. I remember to do these over the weekend, which I never remember to do, which is nice. Excellent. Definitely not a tapir. No, Gregory, definitely not. Let's, while we're on that subject, talking about silk moths, let's see if maybe Animal Fact Files has a video. Moths, like our guardian deity, Mosura.
Moths and butterflies belong to the same order, Lepidoptera, which I know my mom is going to love to hear. It's a cool word. This should be unsurprising to anybody who frequently watches this show, but butterfly and moth classification is debated and ever-changing. Oftentimes, butterflies are considered the Lepidopterans, and if that's not a word, I'm making it one now, who are...
Lepidopterans is a word, yeah. But one of the reasons why these critters are so incredibly speciose, like there's a ton of species within, whoop, nope, hang on. Lepidoptera, there we go. How many species? 175,000 species of butterflies and moths. And there's no clear distinction between butterflies and moths. So, like, there's members of different butterfly families where it's like, oh yeah, all these are butterflies, but that one there gets called a moth for some reason. So it's not like there's a split at the base of the Lepidopteran family tree between butterflies and moths. That's just not how it works. Monarch butterfly here. food source for bearded dragons. Interesting, Petrodactylus. Holy cow. And what is this? Ultimate Network 1. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Here, I just want to use this tool to emphasize how speciose this group is. We have the Lepidoptera right here, the butterflies and moths. And, here's the monarch here. This is going to be going for a while, zooming down onto this species. There's so many species within Lepidoptera. It's still going. Oh boy. There we go. Yeah. These are particularly near and dear to my heart because we have a lot of them in California. Like in Pacific Grove, California, bordering Monterey, there's these spots where you just have thousands of monarchs who show up and rest along their journey. They've got like multi-generation migrations that they do. So cool. And yeah. Here's a monarch caterpillar that I photographed right outside my house, where I live, on a milkweed plant that Lordy and I planted. Yeah. Pretty cool. And Petrodactylus says, I'm surprised that there aren't any other butterflies in Metazoa, considering how many there are. Again, there's a very like pro-mammal and to a certain extent pro-bird bias in Metazoa. Yeah.
Seen during the day and who have club-ended antennae, while moths are thought to be mostly nocturnal with fuzzy antennae. Though there are exceptions to these guidelines, they generally give people a way to separate these two fabulous flyers.
That's the thing, though, is there's no hard distinction between moths and butterflies. You have butterflies that are nested within groups of moths, and moths that are nested within groups of butterflies. It's just... yeah. It's not an either-or thing.
Some similarities they share are a proboscis they can roll up after drinking some liquid, as well as a life cycle featuring complete metamorphosis. The name Lepidoptera means scale wing, and both butterflies and moths have just these, scaly wings. This feature lends to the prevailing myth that if a person touches a moth, it'll make its scales fall off and the moth won't be able to fly. That's not accurate, and moths actually shed their scales throughout their lifetime. The lifetime of a moth can be fleeting, especially in the case of adult form moths such as lunar moths. In fact, some adult form moths don't even develop mouth parts because they don't eat as adults. Adult moths aren't as worried about food anyway. They're more focused on each other. Moths mate in many different ways, and considering there are thought to be more than 160,000 species, it would be fruitless to try and describe them all here. Heck, some moths don't even mate, preferring the way of parthenogenesis. Anyway, a female moth will lay her eggs on the kinds of plants her offspring will most enjoy eating. Moths do most of their eating in their larval
Isn't that cool,
state.
Nelf? Yeah.
They'll eat until they're ready to enter
Boogie's Bungalow says, butterflies have better PR. I mean, they do. Yeah, I don't know, like, moths have a bad reputation for messing things up sometimes. You know, like chewing holes in sweaters and stuff like that. Or, I don't know, like messing things up in inhabited areas, knocking over Tokyo Tower and stuff like that. I mean, they do have a reputation for being pretty, though, I suppose, when full grown.
Anyhow, the pupal stage and form a cocoon. Butterflies do this too, though their cocoons are often referred to as chrysalises and appear harder than a silky moth cocoon. I feel like bug-type Pokemon are probably the best way to explain complete metamorphosis. Egg, larva, pupa, adult, and wabam! We have our moth, though some of them are more famous for their larval forms. Moths live almost everywhere, even the cold Arctic. Though, not Antarctica. Let's not get too crazy now. They're most likely to be found near their host plants, or the plants they most frequently consume. Though some species migrate, and many have the affinity for light sources. The biggest moths, atlas moths, can have a foot-long wingspan, while the smallest moths may be less than 3 millimeters long. They're not called micro-moths for nothing. Predators to moths include bats, though some moths have developed the ability to sense when bats are around. And now we all probably know why Batman had a moth-inspired adversary.
He did? What was her name? Here's a link to this Animal Fact Files video. Occasional screech. I don't think that was in the video, Dave Navius. I didn't hear anything. Anywho, very cool. I think silkworms, in particular, silk moths, they were one of the first insects to be domesticated. Right? We'll just watch the beginning of this as a little intro, and then we'll get back to tapirs.
People have always admired the beauty and delicate sheen on the wings of moths, such as this silk moth.
I recognize this narrator.
In fact, this seemingly smooth surface is formed by the alignment of millions of tiny scales, overlapping like the tiles on a roof. Silk moths get their name not from their silken wings, but from the substance used to make cocoons in which they shelter as they change from caterpillar to moth. All moths start life as an industrious eating machine, a caterpillar. This is the larva of the Chinese silk moth, slightly speeded up. They eat fast, but not this fast. The caterpillars get through a vast amount of vegetation
recognize this
during
narrator's
their growth
voice?
period, stripping the leaves to such an extent that they can do serious damage to the tree. The result is a cocoon, spun from a light, strong fiber which is unique in the animal world, silk.
Happy World Tapir Day to you too,
Left to
Loonisaurus. Thanks for
itself,
being
the
here.
cocoon will produce an adult moth, the breeding form of the animal, which is able to fly to find a mate. That's why these large wings are so important to the wild moth.
Anyway, cool critters. Here's a link. But that is, was it Andrew Sachs? Who, you remember this, right, chat?
These remarkable creatures inhabited the Earth more than 1 million years before the dinosaurs.
More than no. Like 200 million years before the dinosaurs. What are we talking? Well, 243, at least 100 million years before the first dinosaur.
Today they exist in more varieties than any other animal group on the planet. There are 200 million of them for every one of us.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting
They
world.
are insects.
Living creatures from the dawn of time.
Mr. Lewis King.
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy?
Mr. Lewis
What
King
depths
and
of
their
panic
51
and terror
raiders
will they
have vowed to
create?
wreak some sweet havoc.
Welcome, welcome, Mr. Lewis King. And,
There have never been more dinosaurs.
thank you, Dante and Digitalis, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are all of those fuzzy little beady-eyed, little grabby-handed critters? And for that matter, enough about the chatters, how are the rats doing? Welcome, welcome, everybody. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We had girl rats in a small pregnancy scare that turned out to be a fatty tumor. Okay, Voltmog, wow. It's like soap opera stuff with the rats. Wow. Next week on The Young and the Ratless. Well, the ratful, there's lots of rats. Anyway, if you like insects, sorry, we're just looking at insects. If you like mammals, maybe a little bit smaller than the mammals that we're talking about on today's stream, tapirs. If you like rodents, if you like rodent mischief, if you like rat crimes, go follow Mr. Lewis King. Thank you for the raid. Yeah. The boy rats escaped and tried to get into the girl's room. He was forcibly ejected. Again, yeah. It sounds like a soap opera. Cool. Anyway, if anyone's new here, let me introduce myself real quick. Here's a short little video that I'll play to introduce new folks to the channel while I go check on the 3D printer. Here we go. Be right back.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. All right. Sorry about that. 3D print is going well. I'm pleased. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. I've never seen faulty towers. Well, interesting. Yeah. I'm 3D printing a scan of a cast of a Paleotherium skull, which has a lot to do with our topic for the day. Yesterday happened to be World Tapir Day. Let's talk about these critters. Tapirs. They're some of my favorite extant animals.
Although they look like pigs, tapirs are...
Yep. Oh, and that reminds me, shoot. Yeah, they don't like it when it gets too hot, which is interesting. They're not great at thermoregulation, as I understand. Here's a link to that video. Yeah. And Claire says, to wash off ticks. I'm sorry, how does that work? Does he mean before they bite? That might be the case. Also, you can... Not to be unkind to our arthropod friends, but I think you can probably drown a tick even after it's embedded in your skin. They're air-breathing animals. I don't think they can survive being submerged in the water for longer than a few minutes, right? I'm guessing. Let's look that up, though. Holy cow. According to Mosquito Joe blog, the ticks can survive submerged for up to 72 hours? Drowning is not an effective control method. Oh, shoot. Although, maybe there's like a vested interest here. Mosquito Joe recommends professional pest control for effective tick management. You would say that, wouldn't you, Mosquito Joe? Request a quote in under 2 minutes. No, thank you. Anyway. But yeah, ticks are very small, and they do have that waxy coating on them. Maybe they can survive with... Lots of different arthropods have adaptations for that, where they can, like, they can hold air bubbles on their bodies and then breathe out of that. So, like, diving beetles are famous for this. Yeah. I wonder if it's a similar concept, or maybe they just need a lot less oxygen. They can essentially hold their breath for that long. I don't know. Yeah. Gotta smush him, says Reanimate a bit. And Ultimate Network 1 says, wow, amazing. I mean, yeah. Fascinating. So anyway, tapirs diving, maybe it helps with ticks sometimes, but I don't know. Yeah. We've got 4 living species of tapir today. We're going to talk about them, and we're going to talk about their ancestry. We're going to talk about their relatives. We're going to talk about all the wild and wonderful perissodactyls that we have lost over the past 50 million years. So if you're just tuning in, I'm glad you're here. Happy World Tapir Day, which was yesterday, actually. But we had a special event yesterday. Big fundraiser for our Wyoming Dinosaur Dig fieldwork. So we're doing this today. Looking for new videos on World Tapir Day. A lot of this AI slop, which is frustrating. Oh, new video on sea cows. Very cool. We missed that for Manatee Appreciation Day. It hadn't been published yet. 3 days ago from Animal Logic. Let's get rid of that filter and just find the top videos from World Tapir Day. From the LA Zoo. And Ms. Art Rules, we did the song already. We'll do it again soon, maybe. May look like an anteater, bear, or pig, but in fact, this incredible animal is a tapir, also known as a danta? What?
What?
That's news to me. Huh. There are 4 species of tapir endemic to South America, Central America, and Southeast Asia, although they first evolved in North America, as we'll talk about. The Brazilian tapir, right here. Baird's tapir, the mountain tapir, and the Malayan tapir, the largest of the 4 species. As the world's most primitive large mammal, and this... I don't know how you'd quantify primitivity, basalness. Like, modern-day tapirs are a living fossil and have existed on Earth for 20 to 30 million years, but so have horses. Like, I think maybe one of these days we should do a special stream just about the concept of living fossils. Because, man, does that term get thrown around a lot without a whole lot of thought. I think tapirs are earlier diverging than sloths, Gojira. I think they show up in the fossil record earlier. They split off from their ancestry earlier than sloths do, I think. But yeah. Anyhow. But yeah, fossil tapirs do go back quite a way. Here. Find you a video on this. We had one last year, I feel like, but maybe. Let's see if this is any good. I haven't seen this before. Channel called Animal Origins. This might be AI slop, but we're gonna roll the dice.
Tapirs are among the world's strangest looking mammals.
Nope, this is good.
Their stout, round bodies and short trunks are a stark contrast compared to the features on most hoofed animals. Nevertheless, they represent one of the oldest living assemblages of mammals, who can trace their origins to the beginning of the Cenozoic. So today we'll go over the evolution as well as the spread of these creatures. First off, let's go over the order to which these animals belong, Perissodactyla. These are colloquially known as the odd-toed ungulates, although that name isn't entirely accurate. While it is true that perissodactyls such as horses and rhinos all have an odd number of toes, tapirs actually have 4 toes on their front feet. So to be more precise, the defining characteristic of this order is that their third digit bears most of their weight. And by digit 3, I'm not talking about the toe you get by counting, since horses, for example, only have one digit, but rather the digit which the axis of their foot passes through. And this becomes very intuitive when you look at a tapir's foot, where this toe is clearly the dominant one. This is called a mesoxonic condition, which contrasts against the paraxonic condition of artiodactyls like cows and giraffes, where the axis of their foot passes between digits 3 and 4. Sorry for already getting in the weeds on this particular topic, but it's something that confused me for a while, so I really wanted to explain it. Regardless, this group evolved in the Paleocene around 56 million years ago in North America, where they later branched off into 2 groups, one being Hippomorpha, today only containing the horses, as well as the Ceratomorpha, which includes rhinos and our subject, the tapirs. Now at this point, you've got to have a very good eye to identify the first tapir ancestors, since many early perissodactyls tend to share a very similar morphology. However, research indicates that the likely family to have led to the tapirs is the Halelidae, which evolved in the early Eocene. These animals were dog-sized, rainforest-dwelling browsers.
So a lot of this stuff is news to me. I do not work on mammals like this. This is outside my realm of expertise. But, yeah, somebody like Fisher would know a lot more about this right off the top of his head. Being a mammal guy. I am myself a card-carrying mammal, but I don't really work on mammals. I work on dinosaurs, and now getting into marine turtles, too. Very excited about it. But I'm primarily a dinosaur guy. I'm enthusiastic about tapirs, but I don't know that much about them. But that's not going to stop me from celebrating World Tapir Day here with you.
Including the genera Halelides and the 1-meter-long Heptodon. The skulls of these creatures also show reduced nasal regions that indicate that, like modern tapirs, they could have borne an enlarged nose, though likely nothing to the size of today's tapir snouts.
Yep. So what's really cool about that snout is... Here's my 3D print of a tapir skull. This is the nares right here. So these are the eye sockets, right here, and right here. And the middle is the nares, the bony nostrils. You've got this big fleshy proboscis that sticks off the front right here. Which makes a lot of sense when you look at the skull. It's almost similar to an elephant skull in that regard, where you've got that big hole in the front. This is what, Elephas maximus? Asian elephant, I think? Yeah, I think so. There we go. That's the nares. That is where the trunk attaches right there. And so there's all these blood vessels and muscles and everything that go through there and into the interior of the skull. It's the same with a tapir. Again, these are not closely related animals. An elephant is right next to manatees on the tree. Tapirs are next to rhinos. So these are not close relatives at all, but they've independently evolved a similar kind of thing where they've got this fleshy proboscis on the front of their face. With elephants, they really turn that up to 11. Like the trunk is the business end of the elephant. Elephants are all about their trunks. With tapirs, their little proboscis is useful, but it's not as dramatic or ridiculous as an elephant's trunk, I'll put it that way.
It's commonly agreed by researchers that Helellidae directly led to the family Tapiridae, with the earliest known member being the appropriately named Protapirus. This animal is interested for having its remains found in Europe, indicating that its ancestors had migrated, likely via Beringia, from North America.
Yep.
Though fossils of the animal could be found on that continent as well.
And so yeah, this critter right here, it's not as dramatic as a tapir skull. It still has that open nares right there, so it may have had a little bit of a proboscis, but probably not as pronounced as like on here. Just judging by the shape of the skull, you know, you can imagine a big proboscis on here, and that's exactly what these guys have today. This guy, what was it, Protapirus? Wouldn't have been as dramatic.
Protapirus had a couple of unique features, such as tusks, but also some similar to the modern tapir, such as an enlarged nasal cavity, indicative of a trunk. And Protapirus wasn't the only of these European members. Shortly after Protapirus came Paratapirus in the late Oligocene.
Okay.
This tapir skull looked very similar to that of Protapirus, save for the fact that his premolars far more resembled molars. The late Oligocene and subsequent Miocene ended up being a real boon when it came to tapir genera. Beyond Protapirus, there is Myotapirus, which was found in North America similar to
the Miocene, right?
relatives, as well as Plesiotapirus, which could be found as far east as Japan. And the Miocene in particular was notable for one more crucial development, and that was the evolution of Tapirus, the genus that contains all modern tapirs. One of the oldest members here was the late Miocene Tapirus polkensis. This forest-dwelling North American animal actually has a lot of its remains preserved, and has been estimated to be a bit under 300 pounds in size, so generally larger than the tapirs we've already discussed, but smaller than the tapirs of today. And speaking of extant tapirs, one thing you might have noticed is that among all the locations we've discussed so far, almost none of them are places in which tapirs can be found today.
Yeah, it is really interesting. The biogeography of tapirs is something that I like to discuss. There's a particular movie, actually, that gets this very badly wrong, and it's quite embarrassing. Does anybody remember that from previous World Tapir Days? What famous film? Oh, hang on. This famous film, regarded as a masterpiece, nonetheless makes an embarrassing mistake with regard to the biogeography of tapirs. Do we? No. Not the Lion King either. Claire Burr already got it. It's 2001: A Space Odyssey. Yeah. Embarrassing error. Putting tapirs in Africa. It's like the one continent they've never been to. Except maybe Antarctica. And Australia. Okay, well, yeah. But yeah. Yeah, Dirter Breast. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, in the novel, they were supposed to be warthogs, and Stanley Kubrick didn't like that idea, I guess. We'll talk about it later. Anyway, biogeography.
Well, that has to do with the fact that places such as South America were practically inaccessible up until the Pliocene, where the two continents connected to one another via the Panamanian land bridge. This geological development, caused by events like volcanic activity and tectonic collisions, ushered in a new mass migration of
talked about that before, Zul.
North and South America, known as the Great American Interchange.
Yeah, Gabby, the Great American Biotic Interchange. This is how tapirs got to South America. They first evolved in North America, migrated into the South, and then they migrated across the land bridge to Eurasia. And then they went extinct in North America just a few thousand years ago.
And among the cats, dogs, bears, and proboscideans, tapirs represented another North American immigrant to the South. A paper by Hollanda and Ferrero in 2012.
I love that he dives into the primary literature here. Like, here's a scientific paper, and this is, oh, goodness, what journal is this? I'm just looking at a paper with this today. Is this Acta Paleontologica Polonica? Is that the name of the journal?
North American immigrant to the South. A paper by...
Let's do a search. Taxonomic and Biogeographic Review of Fossil Tapirs. That's it right there. Yeah. You become familiar enough with the scientific literature that you start to pick out the quirks of different journals and stuff like that. And you're like, I recognize that formatting. I recognize that grayscale ammonite illustration there. Acta Paleontologica Polonica. Venerable journal. I think it started in Poland. Yeah. But anyway, that ammonite is kind of their... I guess it's kind of a logo of sorts. Yeah.
Hollanda and Ferrero in 2012 points to a species closely related to the late Miocene Tapirus webbi, directly leading to the first South American species. Unfortunately,
And it's the Polish Academy of Sciences, still edited by them. Cool, Paralititan. Nice. And Zul says, how accurate are all the stills in these clips? Are they generally of the various animals known from that period? All seems pretty good to me so far. Again, I'm not an expert in Paleogene mammals, but I don't see any glaring errors or anything like that. He's referencing the original literature. He's talking about particular authors' work and stuff like that. Like, I think this is pretty well researched.
Fortunately, there isn't a lot of fossil material for these early Pliocene tapirs, which could be due in part to the poor preservation of fossils in more tropical areas such as rainforests. Still, we do have Pleistocene specimens available, such as Tapirus mesopotamicus, as well as Tapirus rheoplatensis, found in countries such as Argentina. But something that Hollanda and Ferrero point out is that the many Pleistocene South American tapirs aren't all closely related to one another, rather representing different smaller lines that came about from their own migrations. Additionally, many of these tapirs migrated back to North America, leading to even new species.
Yep, the California tapir, that's the one I was showing you earlier. Just down the road from where my grandpa lives. A tapir tooth there from Concord, California.
But as tapirs began to explore new frontiers in South America, It was arguably the Old World that gave rise to some of the most impressive members of the family. These include Tapir augustus, a species.
Is that a Paleostream illustration there? I bet you it is. Here, do we have thumbnail art by Julius Chitney? That looks like Joshua's style. I think that's Paleostream right there. I love seeing his work. Can we get a shout out for Paleostream, who streams here on Twitch?
Species inhabiting southern China as well as Southeast Asia. This was far and away the largest tapir of all time, reaching weights of 623 kilograms.
Holy cow!
173 pounds.
I bet you most of you in chat don't even weigh that much. 623 kilos? That's like 3 times more than I weigh. Or maybe more? Maybe less? I don't know. Sorry, chat, I'm always comparing you to various fossil critters, but they're just so extraordinary, you know?
This animal is also notable for being found among many large Pleistocene megafauna, such as Stegodon, the elephant relative, as well as the ancestors of the giant panda as well. Today there are 4 agreed upon tapir species. These include the Baird's tapir, spread across Central America and the northwest of South America.
Hang on, I gotta check
mountain
on
tapir.
I gotta check on the 3D printer. It's making noises. What is it doing? Let me give you some tunes. Yeah, we're doing okay. This is printing flat on the print bed, which means I don't really have to worry about the edges curling up or anything, and it should be done by the end of today's stream. So by the time I wrap things up, around 6 p.m., it'll be finished. I can pull it off the print bed and show you. But I am printing... There you go. A Paleotherium skull cast scan from a museum in France. So this is another perissodactyl, like the tapir and the rhino and the horse. Yeah. But this is like kind of a, I guess it's a cast and it's sort of sculpted. You can see in the original where part of the plaster had chipped off here. But it'll be cool. It'll be a nice thing to have for future World Tapir Days, and just as a nice thing to have in our backdrop on, if we're talking about Paleogene mammals. This is going to be a nice go-to. A print of a scan of a cast. Exactly, Paralititan. And that cast is certainly partially sculpted. But yeah, but you can kind of see the similarity to our tapir here. There we go. We've got that big open nares there. Much smaller diastema in Paleotherium than there is in our... We've got this big open space with no teeth right here that horses have today, tapirs have today. I don't know whether or not rhinos do. But, yeah. Similar zygomatic arch. But yeah, cool stuff. So anyway, that'll be done by the end of today's stream. So stick around to the end if you want to see the finished. Well, it won't be painted yet, but if you want to see it fully printed, it's gonna be good. And I'll give you a link to this if we have any 3D printing people in the chat. It's weird. It's not letting me paste it. Shout out to do the ignorant American thing and translate to English. Reconstructed from various bones isolated, I guess excavated by Cuvier. I don't know what institution this is from, but thank you to whoever posted it. Yeah. And some rhinos have that tooth gap and some do not. Interesting, Charlie. interesting. Good stuff. And I am printing it with the matrix on, Case Kuchin. Yeah, it kind of needs that. Like, I'm not gonna go in and I'm not good enough in Blender to be able to clear away all that stuff. And I can't just like shave it off at a particular spot without cutting off bone too, so it'll look nice like this. It'll be a nice display piece. A nice teaching aid.
Whose range hugs the montane.
There we go.
This animal is also notable for being found among many large Pleistocene megafauna, such as Stegodon, the elephant relative,
cool,
as well as the ancestors of the giant panda as well. Today there are 4 agreed upon tapir species. These include the Baird's tapir, spread across Central America and the northwest of South America, the mountain tapir, whose range hugs the montane regions of the South American northwest, the Brazilian tapir, found throughout the top half of the continent, and my personal favorite, the Malayan tapir, found in, you guessed it, Malaysia, but also Myanmar, Thailand, and Indonesia.
I think for a lot of people, the Malayan tapir is their favorite. It does have the most striking coloration. It's a very charismatic looking animal. You know? You gotta love that. You really do.
Found in, you guessed it, Malaysia, but also Myanmar, Thailand, and Indonesia. Side note, but Indonesia in particular really does have an incredible density of cool mammals. Orangutans, elephants, tigers, and now this. Plus they made Indomie, the absolute goat of instant noodle brands. These species all...
And they have leatherback turtles too in Indonesia. What a cool country. What an amazing archipelago.
All share the same general body plan, with the Malayan tapir being the largest.
Charlie's Dragon says, I feel like the Malaysian tapir is overdone. I guess I'm a hipster about tapirs. You know, I really prefer, the mountain tapir is really underappreciated, but you're not wrong. Trailbound Sketches. Thanks for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Is
Hello.
With 28 raiders to talk about dinosaurs.
And tapirs today. Trailbound Sketches, I hope you had an excellent stream. How are you? Welcome to Paleontologizing. The mountain tapir is really underrated. I mean, yeah. But, I mean, we've got 4 living species of tapir. My personal favorite is the California tapir, also known as Merriam's tapir. They went extinct at the end of the Pleistocene, about, 11,000 years ago, give or take? But they've got a special place in my heart, because they're from the same place that I'm from, here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. And our, lights aren't working. Hang on, let me restart this. Let's try that again. I'm going to stop paying for this thing if it keeps not working. Let's try that again. The beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. There we go. But welcome, Trailbound Sketches and Raiders. Mini Pearl says, OMG, hi, I love tapirs. Well, you're in the right place today. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Tapirs are not dinosaurs, but yesterday was World Tapir Day, and we would have done a special stream about this then, but instead we were running a big fundraiser to fund our fieldwork.
Of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Granola Shoveler, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We were raising money yesterday for our dinosaur dig in Wyoming this June. So that's why we didn't celebrate World Tapir Day yesterday on the actual official day. But we're observing it today. Anyway, here's a quick little channel trailer to introduce you to what we do here. Welcome.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome, welcome. It's great to have you here. And Trailbone Sketches has an excellent question for us. Oh man, I'm so glad you asked that. I've always heard that avocados were spread by ground sloths, but I'm not sure if it's true. I'm so glad you asked, because it's not true. No. And there's some sloth researchers who are not too happy that this has become such a widespread misperception. Honestly, it's big business propagating this. Avocado companies, no kidding, are the ones who are spreading this misinformation. I mean, you'll see stuff like this. This is incorrect. We have the giant extinct land sloth to thank for the avocado. Land sloth? Remind me of. Hang on a second. Here we go.
(1796), a fiercely determined band of pioneers leaves Maryland after misinterpreting a passage in the Bible. Their destination? New Sodom. This is their story. Egad, a monster! It's a horrible fiend!
It's some sort of land cow!
We have extinct giant land sloths for avocados. Yeah, there's this idea that giant ground sloths were, they were the only animals who could handle eating an avocado, which is completely untrue. And this guy is going to spread that further here, but let's get the real story. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Exactly, yeah. It's cultivation that made avocados so large. They weren't like that. And
honestly, who isn't? You might have heard that they only exist thanks to prehistoric creatures called giant ground sloths. In fact, you may have heard that from us here at SciShow. That story goes something like this. Plants evolved to have fruit in order to attract animals so that the animals can then poop out the seeds somewhere further away, which helps them spread around. And unlike other fruit that has like dainty little pits, avocados have these big honkin' seeds, which means that avocados would have been spread around by like big honkin' animals that can swallow a whole avocado pit.
So it makes sense, right? And you can see why this would be a really appealing story. You can see why, like, why people in the avocado industry would want to, I don't know, it makes avocados more interesting to give them a story like this. But it looks like, yeah, word is getting out that this is a myth. Yeah.
Specifically, giant ground sloths. These were massive animals that roamed North and South America during the Pleistocene, and by golly, they would just go to town on these avocados and poop out those huge seeds everywhere. Sounds like it checks out, right? Well, it turns out we have no evidence that this is true. And while
Yeah.
this myth has spread as
And there's
far
also
and
reason to think
wide
it's
as
not
the
true.
avocado itself, it's worth unpacking how avocados got to be how they are in order to get to the tasty morsel of truth in the center. So let's begin at the beginning. Where did this idea that the giant ground sloths spread the avocado even come from? Well, it all starts in the 1980s with a paper posing a new hypothesis about Costa Rican plants. It essentially said, hey, we should think about big animals as dispersers of seeds, which was a good idea, honestly. Thing is, that paper only made a passing reference to sloths, and it didn't mention avocados at all. That same year, there was a follow-up paper hypothesizing that maybe that idea of big animals dispersing seeds could be applied to avocados, and pointed the finger at ground sloths as those dispersers. And I kinda can't stress this enough. Neither of these papers reported any data on sloths or avocados at all. I guess it was just really easy to get papers published in the 80s. In the 2000s, a popular science book published this story, which spread the word far and wide. And then that idea just stuck. It's been everywhere in the decades since. Tons of platforms have run articles about this quirky fun fact, and like I said, we even did a video about it a few years back. But
it is just one of these things where, like, you hear about it on the internet, it sticks with you. You got giant sloths and avocados, and people love avocados, and people love sloths. It's a really compelling kind of little tidbit. You can see why people want to spread this around.
There's never been a single study or project that has found evidence of sloths eating avocados. But, like, what would we need to find to prove a connection? What is the smoking gun of avocado-eating sloths, and how would we find it? Well, it's science, man. There's a few different kinds of evidence that we could look for to put avocado onto sloths' dinner menus. For one, and this might sound kind of obvious, but sloths and avocados would need to have lived in the same place at the same time.
Call Me Ollie says we were living with the lie. I mean, yeah.
So we would want to find fossilized remains of both in the archaeological record somewhere between 2.58 million
It would be the paleontological record at that point, Brother Hank.
years ago and 11,700 years ago, which is about when the last ground sloths went extinct. It would be even better if we could find traces of avocado in sloth coprolites, also known as fossilized poop, since that would tell us that these sloths actually ate the fruit. But we have neither of those things. Fossil bones and poop of ground sloths, including mylodons and lestodons, place them firmly in South America during the Pleistocene.
Yeah, Perellitine. Largest burrows ever dug by a mammal, as far as we know, are ground sloth burrows.
What is now Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay. And the first true avocados had only just shown up in southern Mexico at around that time. Now, there were some other ancient species of ground sloths whose droppings do land closer to where avocados originated, like the slightly smaller, but still pretty hulking Northrotheriops genus. But even if they lived at the same
Northrotheriops, the Shasta ground sloth. That lives around the Grand Canyon.
Place and time, that doesn't mean that sloths eat avocados. Like, I live at the same time and place as poison ivy, but I do not eat poison ivy, and would not, and hopefully will never. And figuring out exactly what these guys did eat is complicated. And a study from 2011
So this is one of these things that I've always wondered about with ground sloths, is that they're living alongside all these other big megafaunal mammals. Mastodons and mammoths and bison and camels and horses and... What are ground sloths eating? Are they just eating grass? I remember asking this to a fossil mammal person at Berkeley, and she was like, probably just eating grass like everybody else. It's like, really? That's not fun or interesting. I want them at least to be folivores, like eating leaves. But maybe they're kind of eating whatever they can get. I don't know. Like a lot of these grazing mammals like this, well, maybe there were browsers. I don't know. But yeah, I think, at least I'm still not clear on what exactly ground sloths are eating.
Researchers analyzed the relative amounts of carbon and nitrogen in lestodon bones and concluded that the giant sloths browsed on bushy plants. They may have eaten fruits along with that, though the test can't determine what parts of the plant the animals ate. Now, coprolites left by a smaller sloth species from
there you go, Dynasty Dave, yeah.
Argentina found remnants of mostly grasses and sedges. Other sloth poop samples found that those megasloths ate grasses and shrubs, like those from the same family as carrots and parsley. And Northrotheriops dung turned up fragments of yucca and agave plants. In all these studies, there wasn't even a trace of DNA from laurel plants, the family that avocados are part of. And newer methods let us look at the front end of the sloth for info on their diets too. Archaeologists analyzed a tooth belonging to the
Paleontologists. Paleontologists, Hank. You know this.
giant Pan-American ground sloth, which lived in the late Pleistocene. By drilling down
Remetherium.
through the layers of the tooth and analyzing their relative amounts of carbon and oxygen isotopes, researchers reconstructed its diet throughout the year and found that it had a pretty varied diet depending on what shrubs and plants were available.
As I remember, I have like a vague recollection that this work has been called into question because sloth teeth are just so weird. Xenarthrans, this group of mammals that includes sloths and armadillos, they've got really weird teeth by mammal standards, and that I don't think they have like a thick layer of enamel like other mammals do. I think sloths have much stranger teeth that are like almost entirely dentin or something. Let's look this up, because today. Let's look up maybe Paramylodon. It's a particularly well-studied one. Yeah. All the teeth typically lacked enamel. What? Instead consisting of a harder variant of dentin, orthodentin, with an additional outer layer of dental cement. Why? Why would you get rid of your enamel? You're a mammal. You're supposed to be all about your teeth. You're like... You live and die by your teeth. Why get rid of the enamel? That's so strange. Your ancestors had enamel on their teeth. Why would you do that? It's so strange. Yeah. And yeah, it does get complicated in the Pleistocene. That's a weird Borderlands kind of thing. Paleontology, archaeology, paleoarchaeology, paleoanthropology. But I'm guessing if those authors are working on a sloth, they're probably paleontologists.
And oxygen isotopes, researchers reconstructed its diet throughout the year and found that it had a pretty varied diet depending on what shrubs and plants were available. They couldn't say exactly what kinds of plants this sloth ate, but based on the climate data, it likely would have been shrubs like juniper. What's even more mind-blowing is that some ancient sloths probably weren't even limiting themselves to a plant-based diet.
Yeah, they may have been omnivorous. I mean, Paralititan brought this up earlier. Could they be like grizzly bears, omnivores? They're mostly eating plants, but like, you know, they see a carcass or they see a particularly vulnerable bison calf or something, and they're like, "Ooh, I'll love a bit of that." Okay.
Based on carbon and nitrogen analysis of their hair, we know that Darwin's ground sloth probably ate meat, although we aren't 100% sure whether it was a slow-moving hunter or merely a scavenger. And that opens up the possibility that other sloths could have eaten meat too. So while we now have buckets of data on what ground sloths ate, absolutely none of it points anywhere near avocados. And there's another semi-fatal flaw to the megafauna argument. Avocados might not have needed massive animals
because they were smaller back then.
Avocado pits from around 10,000 years ago are half the size of today's seeds, around 2 centimeters wide compared to 5.5 to 6 centimeters that's common in your grocery store. So if the avocado pits started out teeny tiny, there has to be a better explanation for these giant pits that don't involve our slow-moving massive friends. And as it turns out, the most likely culprit is a different large mammal living in Mexico: humans. Avocados were an important food source for people in Mesoamerica, who started growing them in their gardens in the Tehuacan-Cuicatlan Valley around 10,000 years ago. And like we said, we have archaeological evidence that shows the pits have gotten bigger over time, which indicates that the Mesoamericans might have specifically selected avocado fruit with bigger pits. Maybe bigger pits meant bigger fruits, or that a bigger seed would help the tree grow. A big seed full of starches and fats could nourish the plant while it germinates, types, making it more likely that a planted seed would become a fruitful tree. But the reason behind these ginormous pits
Imagine
might
that,
have
says
just
Clever,
as
I
much
know,
to do
right?
with mythology as it does botany. Some ancient Mayans believed people were reborn as trees, and so they'd surround their home with fruit trees. The avocado fruits became associated with strength, and the strength of that avocado was thought to transfer to the person eating it. So growing
Interesting. So just like in a modern American like holiday tradition, where we've got this bizarre holiday called Thanksgiving, in which Americans gather to argue and gain the strength and bravery of a fallen turkey warrior. It's a parallel to that in our modern culture.
Growing bigger avocados meant more strength, too. But it is a little tricky to pin down exactly how and when these pits got bigger. Mostly because the size of wild avocados from around that time varied hugely depending on the environmental conditions. This increase in pit sizes makes some paleoarchaeologists think that ancient Mesoamericans were domesticating fruit from nearby forests, or that their cultivated trees still had gene flow with their wild-growing cousins. Genetic studies from around 30 different avocado varieties suggests that avocados were domesticated 3 different times in at least 3 different places across Central America, specifically the high and lowlands of central Mexico, Guatemala, and the West Indies. What's more, Mesoamerican cultivation techniques relied a lot on growing lots of crops altogether, as well as cultivating things in the existing forests themselves, a technique we now call agroforestry. So there was likely a mix of different avocados and even more variety from when those different avocados were bred together, which is really different.
Anyway, nothing to do with sloths
typically
here.
think of when we think of domestication, which is a kind of bottleneck where plants slowly become less diverse. The variation in pit size that we see might just come from the farming practices of the time and all the gene flow that came from them. So the story of how the beloved avocado reached brunch plates all over the world probably has nothing to do with ground sloths, which is why next time you ask for extra guac, there's no need to thank any extinct animal.
Well, you should always begin any meal with a ritual thanks to all extinct animals. Because why not, you know?
Just thank the Mesoamericans who helped perfect this delicious fruit. Here at SciShow, we take accuracy really seriously. Our last video on this subject relied on some sources that, as we described, were a little flimsy for the arguments we made. Because of this, we have unlisted that video. As always, we are here to spread ideas supported by evidence and science, not myths. But we are never, of course, above spreading some avocados on our toast. We hope that you enjoyed this take.
Good stuff. Here's a link to that video there. Excellent. Anyway, I hope that answers your question about avocados and sloths. It was probably a little bit more detail than you needed, but this is a live broadcast, you know. We can take it in lots of different directions if we feel like it. Anything can happen on a live broadcast. In fact, right now we've got to pay our landlord here, Mini Pie. Oh, yeah. Is it time? Is it time for some treats? Is that what this is? Well, well, well. What do we have here? What are those? There we go. Good stuff. Chew them up. Good for your teeth. Hey, Murph. Yeah. What a delight. What a delight. What? What? Where are you going? What? Mini Pot. She ate half of one of the treats, left a bunch of saliva on the desk, and then skedaddled. Her teeth okay? I hope so, Claire. Yeah. Get a paper towel. But let's continue with our tapir.
At around 710 pounds at the high end, as well as looking the most unique, with its black and white color pattern, The reason these animals have evolved such an appearance is
Weird,
likely
Murph.
as
That's bizarre.
camouflage
Clips
to blend in
issues.
with forest shadows. It's a similar reason as to why baby tapirs all have this spotted appearance. And I want to point out baby tapirs specifically because despite the differing appearances of adult species, infants look almost the same. And one more note, but they are very, very cute animals. Like they are really freaking cute. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, I want to hug these things. Holy cow, bro. I love these guys, dog. Researchers shed light on the relationships between these tapirs, namely in a study by McLaren and colleagues, which indicates that the South...
Wait, did Sacramento Zoo get tapirs raffle? I was thinking about going there in a week or two. I'm not seeing that. No. They do have a baby okapi, which is very cool. But not a tapir. Yeah. New dinosaur exhibit? Asked Gregory. Oh. From February.
New prehistoric neighbors as part of a new exhibit. Dina Kupfer is at Sacramento Zoo with all the details this morning. Hi, Dina.
Good morning to all of you. Well, rain or shine, or in this case, rain or rain. The Sacramento Zoo is open for visitors today. Parents, we've got you covered. I know it is a holiday. You don't have for designated and designed experience.
Absolutely. In this
I don't know what's going on over here.
Have our Little Peeps preschool session, which is age 3 to 5, but in honor of
That's really distracting. Let me see if... Now through October 5th. Well, I might be doing a bunch of IRL streams throughout the month of May, and it looks like I'm gonna have to go to Sacramento Zoo. Very cool. That'll be neat. I've never actually been to the Sacramento Zoo. But neat. Okay. Cool. Anyway, back to tapirs.
South American and mountain tapir are the most closely related to one another, with the line leading to the Baird's tapir being not too separated. And as expected, the Asian Malayan tapir is the most evolutionarily distant of all modern species.
Let's see if that matches up with what we see on our one zoom tree of life. Let's go to our tapirs. There we go. Yeah, here we go. Most basal, Asian tapir, aka Malayan tapir, Tapirus indicus. Splitting off from the rest of them about 24 million years ago. Although, yeah, Baird's tapir is right there, though. According to divergence times listed here. But yeah, mountain tapir and lowland tapir. Tapirus terrestris. There's a baby there. Tapirus pinchaque. Yeah, interesting.
I'd be remiss if I didn't address one more tapir, and that's a potential fifth species, the Kabomani tapir. Also known as the little black tapir, it's the smallest member of its family, at only 240 pounds. Despite repeated petitioning for distinct species identification, however, that title has never officially been granted, with many researchers deeming it a simple subspecies of the Brazilian tapir. But that just about wraps up the evolution of the tapir. You'll notice that many of these species share a very similar appearance, but
yeah, William Stout illustration here. I love this. Yeah.
I think that's what makes them so unique. The term living fossil gets thrown around a lot, but I do believe tapirs represent an example of what those earliest Paleocene to Eocene hoofed mammals would have looked like if we saw them in the modern day. Think of it as, what if horses and rhinos just got bigger over time instead of evolving into the forms we know of them today? And it's ironically that constancy and appearance that to me make tapirs in the end so special among hoofed animals. Hey guys, thanks for watching my video. If you enjoyed it, make sure to give me a like and make sure to subscribe. I've been thinking a lot as to how often I want to post videos, because obviously there's a balance to be had between frequency and quality. But as of now, I'm thinking about 1.5 weeks per video.
Nice. And this channel does have a lot of good stuff. Animal Origins. Oh man, I'm excited to talk about Paraceratherium for Star Wars Day. That'll be next week. Yeah, American Cheetah. When Europe had jaguars. This is good stuff. I'm impressed with these so far. Calicotheres, if you want a video on Calicotheres, there's that right there we were talking about earlier. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Excellent. Let's take a look at some tapir footage from some zoos and stuff, because that's always nice to see. Take a look at Grace the tapir at the Belize Zoo.
Today we are at the Belize Zoo to meet one of its newest members, a tapir calf named Grace. Grace was rescued in the La Gracia community. Reports are that she was separated from her mother because of a wildfire. Newborn tapirs sport a cute brown coat adorned with white spots and stripes. These markings...
Again, it looks like they're straight out of the Eocene. And what I mean by that is, I keep saying this, and some of you are probably like, what is he talking about? So the Eocene is one of the epochs in the Paleogene period. So, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, that's the Mesozoic era, the age of dinosaurs. When the asteroid hits, 66 million years ago, wipes out all the dinosaurs, except for birds, and most of the mammals too, but mammals take off and in a way kind of take over the earth in the Cenozoic. And tapirs first evolved probably sometime in the early-ish Eocene, something like that, about 50 million years ago, give or take. The Eocene is
dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
Thank you for the follow, Valora Plays. That first one isn't a dinosaur, though. That was a synapsid, Dimetrodon. But you know that. Welcome to Paleontology. Let's see if this will work as an intro for us. And are Calicotheres the only perissodactyls with claws? I want to say yes, but I'm not sure, Murph. I'm not totally sure. This is what I mean. Yeah, it turns out that volcanic activity didn't really do that much. Were they, though? This is kind of an old idea. Yep. And Charlie's Dragon, this is from the same studio that made Walking with the... It is a direct sequel, yes. This is Walking with Prehistoric Beasts. These little Eocene critters there. And there's what's Macrokinia. That's Paraceratherium right there, which they call Adricatherium in this series. That is a rhino. A giant rhino, probably the largest land mammal that's ever lived. The largest non-cetacean mammal, non-whale mammal. And these guys are on our wall today, right there and right there. These were also part of the inspiration for the AT-AT walkers and The Empire Strikes Back. I kid you not. We'll be talking about that on Star Wars Day. Yeah, a riot. Yeah, a giant rhino in airspace. Yep. Calicotheres, glyptodonts, telodonts. Yeah. Good stuff. But anyway, the reason I bring this up is these little guys. So there's kind of a trope when we're portraying Eocene mammals in particular. Little guys, you know, Leptictidium and its relatives and ancient horse ancestors and critters like that, to give them a kind of speckly color pattern on their coat. And it makes a lot of sense because these are critters that lived in forested environments. This is before the rise of the grasslands on Earth's continents. Basically everywhere was forested. You had warm, humid climate basically everywhere. From Antarctica up to Alaska. You had palm trees and crocodiles in Alaska at this time during the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum. So there are just these lush, wet forests all over the Earth, and so it makes sense to have kind of speckled camouflage like that. But that's what this reminds me of. When I say that the tapirs look like they're straight out of the Eocene, that's exactly what I mean. Is yeah. That and the fact that they've got that trunk like that, they just feel very Eocene, you know? Are there ever speckled monkeys? I think there might be today, Lilith, though. Well, no, maybe not, actually. Yeah, monkeys have lots of other different interesting color patterns and stuff. Being primates, they actually have full color vision. But they re-evolved when most mammals got rid of that during the Mesozoic. Actually, all mammals got rid of that during the Mesozoic. Primates are one of the only groups of mammals that can actually see in color. So it might make sense that they've got other color patterns than speckling. Yeah, interesting. But yeah. And there you go, go. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Anyhow. This little critter after that Eocene interlude.
Because of a wildfire. Newborn tapirs sport a cute brown coat adorned with white spots and stripes. These markings act as a natural camouflage. helping
Beluga
them
theory? I don't
blend
know.
into their
Depends who you ask.
surroundings and stay
Perlitine, I'm
safe
sure.
from predators.
It's a cool name.
Over
Beluga theory.
time, these spots and stripes gradually fade away, usually disappearing within 5 to 6 months. This is Grace's makeshift habitat behind the scenes at the Belize Zoo, where only her caretakers have access to her. We arrived just in time to see Grace's caretakers in action during her feeding time, a routine they follow every 3 hours, day and night. Grace eagerly drinks down 2 bottles of specially formulated milk at each feeding, ensuring she grows up healthy and strong. Dr. Celso Pott, the managing director at the Belize Zoo and Tropical Education Center, oversees her care.
You know that tapirs have a special place in our heart in Belize.
And they do. They're such cool. I also love hearing the different pronunciations that people have for the name of this critter, the common name, tapir. I say tapir. Some people say tapir, tapir. Yeah. What do you say, chat? Do you have anybody in chat have a particular preference? I say tapir. You say tapir, tapir, Baku. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. Tapir. A little elbow, yeah. And Murph says, how do tapirs deal with jaguars? Do they run? They don't seem particularly fast. They like to dive into the water. Tapirs are they're strong swimmers, and they can hold their breath for a long time. They can submerge and basically just like hide under the water and then pop up like a quarter mile away, maybe. They basically, they do submarine style. Let's hide ourselves under the surface.
Asian's heart, it's our representative national animal. April was in the house of many people. Many kids came to the zoo to celebrate April birthday. So when we rescue a tapir, it's always a significant achievement for us.
Is how I pronounce
We've had 2 baby tapirs at the zoo before, so we have experience in raising tapir calves.
Grace spent a week at the Belize Wildlife and Referral Clinic before moving to her new home at the zoo. As a young calf, she needs human care, which means she'll form a close bond with her caregivers. This strong connection makes it challenging to her return to the wild.
Yeah.
Tapirs stay with their spotted skin their spotted marks for at least 6 months. They stay with their mom for a year to a year and a half, learning the way how to be a tapir. And
so she might not be able to be released. They might have to keep her there on a permanent basis. She might be like a full-time permanent animal ambassador at this facility.
So when you have a calf like this coming to us at 2 weeks, a month old, we have to teach them. You just witnessed the battle feeding. We used to battle feed every 2 hours. Now with the battle feed every 3 hours. It's 2 baba. It's half liter milk replacer. So they become dependent on us. So it's very unlikely that Grace would be released back into the wild.
But there's no need to worry. Grace is now part of a loving tapir family at the zoo. She gets all the care and attention she needs, including those essential tummy and back rubs after every feeding. These gentle strokes help Grace relax completely. She slowly folds her rear legs and then flops onto her side, enjoying the pure bliss of being pampered.
At this age, she's doing very well, very healthy, very feisty. She's always looking out for the food she's getting. The milk replacer, we also provide her with little enrichment so that you have the balls in there where she could kick around, bounce around, and we provide her with light fruits. And so she's doing very healthy, very highly likely that she will survive.
People may want to know when estimate will they be able to meet baby Grace?
So as with all animals we receive at the zoo, all intakes, we have to make sure they pass the quarantine period. We have to make sure they're healthy, that they're going to survive. In terms of Grace, we have a big day coming up, Global Tapir Day, April 27th.
Yeah.
So, hint.
Reporting for News 5, I am Paul Lopez.
Very nice. Here's a link to that video. Here. What a cool critter. In here, Murph. If I can find another video of tapirs swimming. Check this out. So they like to punt along the bottom. They swim in much the same way that a capybara does. And they can travel a significant distance under the water like this. It's pretty impressive. And then when they want to, they can kind of just lift up that little proboscis, almost like a snorkel. They usually stick their whole head out, though, like you're seeing there. But if they want to hide, like, they could just go over to the banks under some overlying foliage, just stick that proboscis up, take a breath, and then keep going. They are very well adapted to, like, an amphibious lifestyle. But they don't float, really, so it's not exactly swimming. No, they can absolutely swim. And people say that hippos can't actually swim. Hippos can swim. They're just pretty dense, and so they tend to sink, but they can swim if they want to. Tapirs are kind of the same way. They might be stronger swimmers than hippos are, though. But they spend less time in the water than hippos do. They prefer to walk on the bottom, says Charlie's Dragon, yeah. A really nifty little video there. There's a link to that one, too. Here's a time when we met a tapir live at the San Francisco Zoo a few years back. Check this out.
Well, hello, Dapper Dame. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the raid. It is good to have you here. We are having...
Weird that the audio is out of sync.
A grand old time at the San Francisco Zoo right now. And I'm really glad that you could join us.
Check out the tapir.
This is a Baird's tapir?
Looks like a Baird's.
Beautiful.
Let's see. Yeah, probably a Baird's tapir. I don't think it's going to be a mountain tapir.
Perissodactyl. So, welcome, Raiders. I hope you had an excellent stream. And I'm glad you're here. Let me introduce myself real quick.
Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
This Baird's tapir. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Today, that means hanging out at the zoo, answering people's questions, talking about the evolutionary relationships of these different animals. Oh, this tapir's investigating these ducks.
See that proboscis coming up like that?
Smell around.
Yeah.
Tapirs are very fond of the water. Looks like maybe she was thinking of going for a swim and decided against it.
Yeah. Too many dinosaurs. There you go, Claire, yeah.
But look at the front feet. See the 3 toes right there? I think they actually have 4 on the front.
It's 4 on the front, yeah.
The 4th one you can't see right now. There's 3 that really contact the ground, and then there's 3 in the back too. So these are of course perissodactyls.
Anyway, video from our visit with this tapir. I put it there with the timestamp. Chat. let's talk about the relatives of tapirs before we dive back into some more fun, goofy stuff that's tapir related. But tapirs as perissodactyls. Let's talk about this group. This is from Nick Brednenkamp, talking about perissodactyls.
Good to see that. This week we're going back a bit. We're talking about the ancestors of rhinos, which are tapirs. It's a very short little lecture, only about 30 minutes.
We're not going to watch this whole thing. I just want to show you some quick highlights.
And because this is quite a short lecture, you guys are welcome to ask questions during the class as well, and we can answer questions as we go. So if you've got a
So, modern perissodactyls, rhinos, tapirs, horses.
So the first tapir that we knew of was Heptodon, which occurred around 50 million to about 30 million years ago. Obviously, fossil records are never 100% exact. And we know they started appearing around 50 million years ago. They may well have been around before that.
An interesting
And there's a small little guy about the size of a Jack Russell, maybe slightly bigger. Very similar to tapirs, modern tapirs in most appearances, but he didn't have that proboscis and elephant-like trunk that modern tapirs have. But
so what's really funny is that the further back in time you go, the more similar the tapirs and the horses and the rhinos all look. This looks very similar to life reconstructions that I've seen of ancient horses. So I've got a life-size Eohippus 3D print that I really need to paint properly one of these days, and also fix the digits on because you can't really see the toes. But let me grab that and show you. I think it's back over here. Yeah, it kind of fell back here. There's a little horse. Whoa. This is in an awkward spot. Here. I'll be right back.
Still very similar in all appearances. Tapirs have actually a very rudimentary, very basic foot structure where they've got 4 toes, one is vestigial, and they only walk on the 3 toes. Whereas modern rhinos, by contrast, walk on fully 3 toes, and horses, equines, walk on 1 middle toe, literally giving them the middle finger as they walk. So, tapirs are really odd and really ugly, and we don't have...
Ugly? Look at that handsome mug there. How could you call that creature ugly? I mean, look at that right there. You know, that's the face of an angel. How dare you say they're ugly? Here is my Eohippus, which, again, I really need to finish one of these days. But I guess I haven't done that because you can't really see it just looks like a small horse. Like, you should be able to see the separate digits here. And the file that I had wasn't very, very good. What I need to do is, like, honestly cut these off and then reprint some better ones and affix them on nice and strong. But little Eohippus. So the earliest horses that we have are about this big. Again, from the Eocene. And what's funny is that if I put this on the ground in my office here, and Minnie Pie walks around the corner, she gets really scared. For whatever reason, she's terrified of this particular 3D print here. I think because it's about her size, and she recognizes it as another 4-legged mammal. She's like, uh-oh, who's that? She can't tell if it's another cat. Maybe, yeah. But anyway, what's funny is... the further back you go, these different members of Perissodactyla, the horses, the rhinos, the tapirs, they all start to look more and more and more similar until you get to their common ancestor.
So, tapirs are really odd and really ugly. And we don't have any in Africa. There's only 4 species alive today. There were numerous species around millions of years ago, and they've gradually just gotten extinct. They're rather large animals. They stand at 1.5 meters tall and they can weigh around 300 kilograms. So they're not the size of a pig. They're actually substantially bigger than a pig.
Some of them are.
And
not all
although they've never been known to kill anybody, there have been quite a few incidences where they've injured people. There was a zookeeper in 2012 that had his arm ripped off by getting too close to an mother. That he tried to get between the the calf and the mother actually ripped his arm off. So,
He said there's none in Africa, Murph. Yeah, which is going to be an important point later in today's stream.
yikes, they can be pretty dangerous, even though they look adorable. They're really weird. They have no relationship to elephants, even though they have the same sort of proboscis trunk like an elephant. For a long time, they thought they were related until fossil evidence and genetic evidence in the 60s and 70s started pointing out that they just weren't related to elephants in any way.
Yeah.
They have another evolutionary convergence. So modern tapirs are the closest living relatives of rhinos, and they separated about 14 million, 42 million years ago. Horses and tapirs separated about 50 million years ago, 52 million, give or take a million. And they're pig-like.
I think it's a little earlier than that. I want to say it's like 50 million years ago. I think it's earlier than 50 million years ago that the split occurs between the Ceratotheria, which is rhinos and tapirs, and then the equoids, the horses. I think it's about 50 million years ago. Maybe even like 55, something like that. Here, let's look that up. According to our Tree of Life here, we have the split between horses, rhinos, and tapirs 48 million years ago. That doesn't seem like quite enough. I suspect it's probably earlier than that, sometime during the Eocene. Because Eohippus, aka Hyracotherium sometimes, this critter lived what, about 50 million years ago? Yeah, Hyracotherium. That's a shockingly short article for Hyracotherium. Such an important animal on Wikipedia here. What's the deal with that? It's practically a stub. What? What? Why is it so short? Alright, so Eohippus around 52 million years ago. So the split between... If Eohippus is from 52 million years ago, then the split between horses and tapirs and rhinos has to be earlier than that. It's not like all these other creatures evolved from Hyracotherium. Tapirs and rhinos do not come from Eohippus. Horses do, but those other guys don't. So that split has to be earlier. So it's a reminder to never fully trust the divergence times that are listed here on OneZoom. These are probably mostly based on molecular data. And frankly, molecular data can lie to you. You need you need fossil evidence to check yourself when you're dealing with molecular data. That's my view. But yeah, Tapiroidea goes back to 55 million years ago, according to Wikipedia. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And could they have split pre-KPG? No. Because we don't have any mammals that look even vaguely like this. You would have had that big radiation immediately after the asteroid impact, during the recovery time. That's when mammals go nuts and you just get all these wild, wild, wild variations. It wouldn't have happened before that. Yeah. This kind of body form with, something with hooves did not exist before the KPG. So yeah. And no, not tree shrews, Claire. Tree shrews are a specific group of mammals that are on the way to primates. Tree shrews did not exist before the KPG, as I understand it. Tree shrew-like, there you go. Yeah. And not all mammals were like that. You had glidy mammals and a few swimmy mammals. The Mesozoic mammal people love to talk about how incredibly diverse Mesozoic mammals were, but it's... by mammal standards, that's not the... I don't know. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, but, yeah. You did have a few mammals that probably swam. You had a few mammals that probably glided during the Mesozoic, including during the Jurassic? Shoot. Velaticotherium, yeah. And Castorcata, which means beaver tail. This critter was a swimmy guy back in the Jurassic. But it also seems like some of these guys go extinct in, like... It's almost like dinosaurs are kind of, in some ways, forcing mammals out of these niches throughout the Mesozoic. Like, I don't know if we have any examples of gliding mammals from the Cretaceous. So yeah. Anyway, mammals are hard to find, it's true. Yeah. But yeah. We do know more than one group got through. Absolutely, Murph, yeah. I mean, because by the time that you have mammals... here. Like placental mammals and Metatherian mammals, including marsupials and monotremes, they were already around by the time the asteroid hit. So yeah, marsupials, they had already diverged by the late Cretaceous. So you already had marsupials doing their thing. The evidence we have of marsupials are mostly things like the gigantic Didelphodon, which was like the size of an opossum, you know? Enormous. By Mesozoic mammal standards. Was maybe eating other mammals and stuff. But yeah, maybe cat size if we're being generous. But, yeah. And then you already have the placental mammals showing up by that time, too. So mammals had already diversified a bit, at least in terms of reproductive style. There were mammals that were certainly giving birth to live young, we think, by the end of the Cretaceous. And then there's other things like multituberculates, which we're still not entirely sure where they belong. But the multituberculate mammals, these are like proto-rodents. They're not related to rodents. But they had kind of rodent-like teeth in a lot of cases. And these guys lived during the age of dinosaurs. They survived the KPG impact, and then later they just went extinct. We don't really know why. They could have been outcompeted by rodents who showed up. Maybe it got too cold for them. With the rise of the grasslands and global cooling and like the Oligocene, that may have had something to do with the fall of the multituberculates. But anyway, these guys had been huge, not in terms of size, but in terms of diversity and commonness. Multituberculates were, that's funny, there were never any gliding ones as far as I know. But yeah, the little multis, they were everywhere. And then they disappeared. Weird. Anywho, yeah. And Murph says mammals could have radiated in the Jurassic Cretaceous extinction when dinos got knocked down a peg or two, and they don't seem to have done that. Like, it seems like maybe mammals may have dropped in diversity during that time. And the rise of birds might have had something to do with that. Birds are also eating seeds and living in nest cavities in trees and stuff like that. Maybe they pushed some of those mammals out. Maybe they outcompeted them and drove them to extinction. It's hard to demonstrate direct competition between species in the fossil record. You can often make come up with a compelling story like, oh yeah, well, these critters show up and they drive these other guys out, make them go extinct. But how do you demonstrate that, you know? It's tough. Yeah. And oldest monotreme from Victoria, 130 million years. Makes sense, Diagonal, yeah. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, monotremes and marsupials and placental mammals had all had their starts before the asteroid impact. And all three of those groups survived. although the monotremes and the marsupials may have been greatly diminished by that asteroid impact. Again, when that thing hits, it's something like 90% of mammal species were wiped out. Mammals barely made it through. So yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Where were we? Oh yeah.
Very pig-like, again, not related to pigs in any way. Pigs are artiodactyls. And they have a short prehensile trunk, very similar to elephants, and they can actually use them to pick up things just like elephants, but not with the same sort of dexterity. And they're only found in the Americas, Central and South America, none in North America anymore, even though they evolved in North America.
Yep, they're
and
from
there's
North
only
America
one
originally.
species in Southeast Asia, which is found throughout Indonesia, Malaysia, and parts of India. And they're considered...
Luke Herman's Gaming's got a question. As you have been or are learning more about the history of animals, always trying to learn about this. That's what paleontologists do, if they study animals. Do you think the extinct animals from millions of years ago feel closer now, in a way? Absolutely, yeah. The more you learn about a modern creature and the more familiar you become with it, the more it helps you imagine what these extinct animals would have been like, especially if they happen to be related, you know? But I think it also goes for just learning how animals work, you know? I talked about this with some new friends and colleagues when I was at WonderCon. At the end of, that was, yeah, basically a month ago yesterday, right? A month ago today. If you want to envision an animal, even if it's a fictional animal, a paleontologist, she might be the best candidate to do that. So people who are working on designing creatures for movies and video games and television shows and stuff, if you have to come up with a fictional creature, a paleontologist is often the best person to be able to do that, because they're not just familiar with modern animals and how they work, their skeletal anatomy, how the muscles attach, what that looks like under the skin and everything, but they're familiar with the history of life on Earth. They're familiar with how these lineages have evolved over time. And you can pick all kinds of interesting design clues and design cues, I should say, and interesting anatomical features that you could throw in, different modes of walking and stuff. How do you make these things look plausible? It might be an entirely made-up creature. You know, like, say, this from Avatar. There's a reason why this feels believable, even though this creature is not real. The way that its limbs move, the shape of its claws, the shape of its head, like everything kind of makes sense from a biological point of view, from an evolutionary biology point of view. And it's because they had paleontologists working on these creature designs. So yeah. So I guess my point is, Luke, that if you want to really understand an animal, it helps to know what's going on under the hood and to know its ancestry, its evolutionary pedigree, so to speak. And so I think studying the history of these things not only helps us understand their history, but also helps us understand these modern creatures more too. Better understanding these modern creatures helps us, I guess, like you were asking, feel closer be able to more easily imagine what these extinct creatures look like as well. You develop a feel for these things after a while. And you can back up those hunches, those feelings with actual data, too. With examples from the fossil record, from evolutionary history. One of the things that I love most about paleontology is how integrative it is. There are so many different ways to be a paleontologist and to ask questions and make discoveries. There's so many different ways that it intersects with modern zoology, biogeography, botany, everything else. Like, all of these different fields interweave in really interesting ways. And if you know a lot about modern critters, it helps you understand extinct ones. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And welcome, Mr. T. Winkty. Mr. T. Winky. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontology. There's no more animals from the past we can only fantasize about, like I did as a kid. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, and I think that's one of the things that I find really cool about tapirs, is that they feel like a link to the past, you know? Don't they? When you look at these critters, there is something. I hate to use the word prehistoric in such a generic and non-specific way, but there is something kind of primordial about them. Something Paleogene, I guess. Especially the babies. They just look like they're straight out of the Eocene. Holy cow. Anywho, we didn't finish this video. Let's do this. Anyway. They look like an anteater bear or pig, but they're perissodactyls. They're related to rhinos and horses. There's 4 species: South America, Central America, and Asia today. They also used to live in Europe during warmer times, and North America is where they first evolved. Tapirs originally came from North America, as far as we know. Mountain tapir, Malayan tapir, lowland tapir, and Baird's tapir. The world's most primitive large mammal. I guess, if you really wanted to say this, like, it's so hard to quantify. We'll give them that. I don't know. This is like saying they're the most prehistoric, but there's something to this. I think this is one of the reasons why I love them so much, you know? Closest living relatives are rhinos and horses. They're closer to rhinos than they are to horses. Their most defining feature is the long, prehensile nose, the proboscis. Which, yeah, they can use to grab food that's out of reach. And they can use it as a snorkel while swimming, yep. But it also helps them with the phlegm response, too. Which we might talk about. They're herbivorous, mostly eating plants. They're known as the gardeners of the forest. They eat fruits and berries while walking through the forest, where they eventually poop out the seeds, dispersing and fertilizing seeds. Promotes biodiversity and a healthy forest ecosystem. They're very important like that. Unfortunately, all 4 tapir species are listed as endangered or vulnerable. Habitat fragmentation, hunting, and human encroachment are all threats to tapir populations. There is hope. Conservation efforts include habitat restoration projects, camera trapping and tracking, as well as wildlife education for locals. And LA Zoo has been helping out with this stuff. Happy World Tapir Day. Excellent. I will give you a link there. And there you go, Cackling Swerve, maybe. Yeah. And this is my thoughts exactly, Mayor Space. Mayor Space says, I think reaching the extra 3 inches with that proboscis is less important than being extremely dexterous and big option. Yeah. And they're not, I don't know if they're extremely dexterous. It's not like an elephant's trunk, like where they can literally pick up a dime off of a concrete floor. A tapir can't do that with their proboscis. It's not that skillful. It's not that precise or dexterous. But it's still cool, you know? And rent is due. She did not eat the treats that I put out earlier. Mini pie. Mini pie. She's hearing the 3D printer make noise. She's like, what is that? It's the 3D printer mini pie. Should be done in, I think, less than an hour now. Yeah. There she goes. Yeah, what's it scraping against? There's some pieces sticking up and the print nozzle is scraping against them. But it'll be fine. I don't think it's going to come off the print bed. There's a lot of surface area contacting the bed here. It's not going to come up. And no, tapirs have never been domesticated. Very few mammals have been domesticated, Luke Herman's Gaming. I think it's like less than a dozen species. Yeah, list of domesticated animals. Dog, sheep, pig, cattle, goat, zebu is 6. Domestic cat is 7. Guinea pig is 8. Donkey is 9. Okay, different kind of cattle is 10. Domestic water buffalo is 11. Dromedary camel is 12. Okay, we're already higher. Horse is 13. Bali cattle is 14. Yak is 15. Bactrian camel. Domestic Bactrian camel. 16. Llama 17. 18. Separate domestication event for dogs. There's way more than I thought, actually. We're up to like 20. Domestic rabbit. Lab mouse. Lab rat. Domestic mink. And domestic silver fox. This is a really interesting one. Really fascinating story here. I'll give you a link if you want to read into that. Yeah, but it's like 25 species of mammal? That's way more than I thought. Yeah. So yeah, more like 2 dozen. Shoot. Like double what I thought. But yeah. And yeah, water buffalo, Mr. Twinkie, yeah. Yeah, I think that was on there, right? Yeah, domestic water buffalo. Bubalus bubalus. Yeah. Pretty neat. Yeah. Some of those might stretch the definition of domestication. I think these are all pretty cut and dry. There's other ones that, like animals that have been tamed but not domesticated. There's a big difference there. So domestication implies that you've got a separate lineage that only exist in captivity. It's not like they're feral. It's not like they can, I guess they can survive in the wild if they go feral, but like you've specially bred something that's different from the wild population. But again, that's going to be kind of a subjective set of criteria, I guess. Yeah. Anyhow. So this includes pets, livestock, and working animals. In order to be considered fully domesticated, most species have undergone significant genetic, behavioral, and morphological changes from their wild ancestors, while others have changed very little from their wild ancestors despite hundreds of thousands of years of potential selective breeding, like, for instance, cats. Felis catus. There are people who still claim today that cats were never actually domesticated. That's a tricky critter, the domestic cat. They can very easily become feral, and yeah, after what, like one generation, they could be feral again and survive in places where they really shouldn't. Highly invasive. Yeah. Domestication is a gradual process. There is no precise moment in the history of a given species when it can be considered to have been fully domesticated. So yeah, it is a subjective thing. It's kind of loosey-goosey. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of different species that might be in the process of domestication. Maybe they're already there, but it's debatable. Everything from Asian elephants to mute swans, common carp, European goldfinches, cassowaries? Anyway, interesting article. Here's a link if you want to dive into it further. But I don't think tapirs appear on here. They do not. Yeah. So yeah. Ask Minnie Pie if she is domesticated. She'll say, I'm not telling. You'll never know, she says. Yeah. Did Zula have a question that I missed? What was the planet like before the age of dinosaurs? And how did they take over the planet for so long? That is like, oh man, I could talk about that for hours and hours. We're supposed to be talking about tapirs today. But, it was different. The early Triassic is a weird time. Kind of sandwiched between these two mass extinction events. The Triassic is an extinction sandwich, or it is sandwiched by extinctions. So yeah. And Minnie's currently trying to escape the catio. What? Tame, I think not. So Minnie Pie, not only not domesticated, also not even tamed. My goodness. Checking the fences for weaknesses. She remembers. We did have to patch up part of the catio. I don't know if that was Minnie Pie's work or somebody else's, but somebody was scratching up the mesh. Anywho, speaking of animals in captivity, here's footage of the oldest living captive tapir. Carbon fiber mesh. We put metal mesh over it, Claire, so that she couldn't get
I
out.
look after Kinga, who is the Guinness World Records holder for oldest tapir in captivity.
Nice. Good for you, Kinga.
So Kinga was actually originally imported from Ragunan Zoo in Jakarta in Indonesia, and that was way back in 1992 when he originally came to Portland. So he's been here for a long time, about 27 years, and he is definitely one of the biggest characters of all the tapirs we've ever had here. He's very much human orientated, so he absolutely loves human attention and gets.
In Portland, Australia? You know, I don't know, Claire. That's a good question. I should have picked up on the accent, but I'm not sure.
It's lots of fuss and cuddles every day. But he does have a mischievous streak, and particularly in his younger days, he was known to chase the occasional keeper across the paddock. As with most animals, the sweet and delicious but not so healthy things are the favourites. So he does get a healthy, balanced diet.
Mayor Spaces, maybe both the tapir and the zookeeper were imported. Maybe, you know? I'm not sure. Here, let's look this up. Uh, 2019. So he arrived in the UK. There we go. That makes a lot of sense. Portland, England.
But he gets a few extra treats because he's special. So he gets things like apples and bananas, a little bit of bread.
And people's nightmares, for good measure. He loves eating those. Maybe that's only
We are all very proud of King Gut. Not just because he is so old, but because of all the animals, not just tapirs, of all the animals I've ever worked with. He is one of the most memorable characters, and everyone who has ever worked with him loves him.
Bananas.
Hi, Kingut. We are here to award you today as the oldest tapir in captivity. Congrats, Kingut. You're officially amazing.
He is so old, but he's in such good form. He's really loving life. He's really active still, and he just really enjoys every day, which is really good to see.
Well, here, salute to Kingut. Here's hoping he outlives all of us. Good stuff. Here's a link to that video. Speaking of similarly goofy stuff, National Geographic has a somewhat goofy video on tapirs that we'll take a look at, too. Tapir. To me, like, I'm always a little bit... It always bugs me a little bit when, like, oh, little goofy animal videos. Oh, did you know that this animal's been on the planet for longer than humans? It's like, that's practically every kind of animal. We're very new here on this planet. Holy cow, are we very new. Like, in our present form, human beings have been around for about 200,000 years. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. You know? I mean, you could say this about horses. They've been around since the Eocene. You could say this about so many different groups of mammals, especially. I don't know. And Luke Herman's Gaming says the last 2 minutes in the 24-hour clock of Earth's age, right? I think it's the last few seconds, Luke. Yeah. Here. Here we go. Let's take a look at this. If Earth's history were a 24-hour period, 4.5 billion years.
12 a.m. Young molten Earth collides with another planet called Theia. The moon is formed. From 12 to 4:30 a.m., the planet and atmosphere are morphing. The continents merge.
Some of the numbers might be a little bit off here.
They break up again. This happens every 400 million years. That's every 2 hours on the clock. At 5:30 a.m., we see the first single-celled organisms starting their life in the ocean.
So again, I know that was really quick to start with. 24 hours, 12 a.m. or 12:01 a.m. is when the Earth forms in this example, in this thought experiment, in this model, we'll say. And now we're at 5:30 a.m. We've got single-celled life forms.
It's 8 a.m. when the first viruses emerge. By 11 a.m., photosynthesizing bacteria have managed to take in enough sun to fill the atmosphere with oxygen. It takes 1 billion years. That's 6 hours on the clock. At 11:35, we have the first snowball Earth. Even the oceans turn to ice. Don't worry, everything will melt by noon. At 1 p.m., we have special cells with internal organs coming to life.
So again, eukaryotic cells, which are cells that have a nucleus inside, that's most of the cells in our bodies. We're eukaryotic organisms, along with all other animals and fungi and plants. Earth is formed at 12:01 a.m., give or take. In this model it is. It takes until 1 p.m. to get eukaryotic cells.
3 hours later, they'll start to divide into 3 groups that will eventually become fungi, like mushrooms.
Already at 3 p.m.
Let's fast forward while these cells go from simple to complex life forms. At 7:20 p.m., something familiar appears. Sponges. It's 7:55, and the Earth freezes over again. It melts in 2 minutes. 8 p.m., and look in the ocean. We have the first comb jellies appearing.
Nice.
At around 8:30, the Earth's ozone layer...
Anyway, we can fast forward until... Here we go. Approaching midnight here.
Floor window. It's 11:26 when a giant asteroid smashes into the Earth. Dust flies everywhere. A few seconds later, everything clears up, but the dinosaurs have already disappeared. With the dinosaurs gone, the few mammals left can take over the planet.
Including tapirs.
At 11:30, the primates separate into 2 groups, and one of those will become apes, gorillas, and, sometime later, humans. It's 11:58 p.m. The chimpanzees and bonobos appear. 15 seconds later, the hominin species begins to walk on 2 legs.
So this is with what? 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. We have our immediate ancestors separate from chimps.
It's 11:59 and 23 seconds, the time when humans appear in Africa.
Like I said, just a few seconds left on the clock.
A second later, they've migrated all over the world. They don't have a language, and they can't use or create tools. That happens at 11:59 and 58 seconds. 2 seconds before the day ends, 100,000 years ago, our complex human species appears.
Oh yeah, so there we go. The actual modern human species, I guess? Or no, that's after the invention of light? I don't know. Anyway. Suffice it to say, a few seconds left on the clock in a 24-hour day model. That's when we show up. Pretty cool, you know? And let's see, in this scheme, it would be... Oh, and what is with the closed captions here? Sorry. I wasn't even looking at them. Korean auto-generated from English.
The few mammals left can take over the planet. At 11:30, the primates separate into 2.
Yeah, so I think it's prior to that. So I want to say it's like... Because the split between... What is it? Haplorhines and catarrhines? Is that what the split is right here? Here. That's got to be the split between... Platyrrhines and catarrhines, maybe? Or maybe it's apes and Circopiths? I'm not totally sure. But anyway, if that's 25 million years ago, then yeah, that means tapirs show up at like 11:20 p.m., something like that. In the Eocene? But yeah. Yeah. So anyway, tapirs much older than we are as a group. If we're comparing tapirs as a group to our modern human species, it's an apples to oranges comparison because we're talking about a whole family versus one particular species for us. Tapirs as a family, you could broaden it out to like hominidae, humans and our closest relatives, which would be a few million years ago. But anyway, tapirs are like 55 million years ago, so much older. So this part wasn't incorrect, just annoying. Way longer. Way longer! Most things happen. More like 55. There you go, Claire. Yeah. Well, actually. Yep. Yeah, I guess it's got 8 plus 6. 14. I'd call some of those fingers, though, if they're on the forelegs. There you go, Tommy Plotticus. Yep. No, you won't. That's not how it works. It's against the rules to name something after yourself. Baird didn't name this after himself. Somebody else named it after him. That's frustrating. Anyway. Out of an abundance of kindness, I'll give you the link to this video, even though it's literally from the National Geographic Channel. They should be getting this stuff right. It's embarrassing that things are wrong left and right here. Anyhow. But yeah. We haven't really done this in past World Tapir Days. Let's see if we can find some info on tapirs in mythology. Just gonna take a shot in the dark here. Because I know in Japan they feature prominently, do they not? There's a bunch of stuff. I don't know what's actually gonna be good. Of these things are AI slop, maybe the majority of them. Oh boy. Yeah, like this is AI slop. 6 views 2 weeks ago. Not a real guy there. Ugh. Ugh. AI slop. Vet these things before we look at them. Yeah. Cepheid Variable says, if I went to Tay school, I would have tapirs. Welcome back, Cepheid Variable. It's good to see you. Why don't we talk a little bit about this? Some of you are familiar with this film. I'm sure we've got fans of 2001: A Space Odyssey here in the chat. And look at that. It's, I think, a Baird's tapir. Oh, be kind to the tapirs. What's really funny to me is the director of this film, Stanley Kubrick, has this reputation for being very driven, very intense, very perfectionist kind of, almost an auteur of a director. People say that he was very difficult to work with. He needed things exactly his way. If it wasn't completely perfect, he would scream at you. Those are the stories around this guy. To the point where, like, I think I want to say that there was a scene in The Shining that was just really like a simple insert shot of like somebody picking up a phone. And he made them retake it like 100 times because it wasn't exactly perfect. And then he goes and makes this film, 2001: A Space Odyssey. And I've heard has like incredible attention to detail with everything regarding space travel and how these different fictional spacecraft look, and everything has to make sense, and there's just incredible thoughtfulness there. And then in the Dawn of Man sequence, which takes place in Africa, he's like, throw tapirs in there. I know well, he probably doesn't know that they never existed in Africa and certainly don't today. But it just, it rankles me a little bit. I talked about that last year, too, on World Tapir Day. And I feel like in the biological sciences, the people who are passionate about this, we want to get things right. But people in other domains are like, it's biology. Like, who cares? No one will notice. I'm so bored. Let me obsess over orbital mechanics of spacecraft or something. Like, okay, if that's what you're into, sure. But I remember first seeing 2001: A Space Odyssey. I think I was like 12 years old when I first saw this. And I almost turned it off after this part. Because I'm like, well, shoot, this is a sloppy movie. Really? Did nobody care about any of this stuff? They have no respect for their audience? Tapirs in Africa? What?
What?
No. And Charlie's Dragon, yeah. I've heard people say, well, it's supposed to be more of like a dreamscape than like anything real, but yeah. Sandwiches Priest says they probably wanted an animal that people weren't familiar with. Well, but I mean, then you're kind of delving into the realm of like fantasy, which is not what this film is supposed to be, really. It's supposed to be, and in fact, it's often treated as like in some ways, kind of a pinnacle of hard science fiction. And this ain't it. Oh boy. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, let's watch it. Those poor tapirs. Be kind to them. They're not from around there, you know? They don't live in Africa. That's a... Is it actually a leopard? Apparently, there's people, obviously, in these ape suits. Human beings. But I don't think that was supposed to happen on set. I think they happened to have the camera rolling. It was supposed to be more orchestrated than this, but the leopard had different ideas. I think that is a leopard and not a jaguar. Do we have any big cat experts in the chat? But I think that's a leopard, a proper African leopard. But kudos to the actor for, like, mostly not doing human mannerisms in this panic. Yeah, I think so, Mayor Space. We'll watch a little featurette on the making of in a minute. But I want to show you the original clip to start with the tapirs. Anyway, here's some behind the scenes.
Story of 2001, and Kubrick knew it. Now
let's go back a little bit.
Let's start with a...
In fact, let's go back to the beginning.
You like Huey Lewis in the news?
These are moments we will never forget.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
Images and sounds that have infused themselves into our cultural DNA.
I'm the king of the world!
How does this happen?
You're going to need a bigger boat.
In this video, we're going to look at one of the most memorable sequences ever captured. The Dawn of Man prologue in 2001, A Space Odyssey.
Airspace says, so the actor was more afraid of Kubrick than a leopard who was actively trying to eat him. Maybe. I don't know.
How did Kubrick take a silent, 15-minute sequence and turn it into something truly remarkable?
Oh, Hal, do you read me? Do you read me, Hal?
By calling the shots.
I read you.
We're going to use... Any filmmaker can think like...
And this is... I think this is like an advertisement for... Oh, whatever. We'll play your game.
To put us in the shoes of Stanley Kubrick and how any filmmaker can think like Stanley using today's tools. From script to breakdown to shot list.
I feel much better now.
Let's get to it. The task of every filmmaker is to start with a script and end up with fully realized images. But what does that process actually look like? We've isolated 3 main areas that will help you produce outstanding moments.
I will point out here before we get to it. The screenplay didn't have tapirs in it, nor does the original novel by Arthur C. Clarke. Tapirs, I think, were one of Kubrick's decisions later on.
By making these decisions in advance, your vision for the entire project can fall into place. Obviously, we don't know exactly why Kubrick made these specific decisions. We can only guess, and that's the fun part. The ultimate goal of this exercise is to reverse engineer these moments that can make us all better filmmakers. And by looking at this scene through Kubrick's eyes, perhaps we gain a new perspective on how to approach our own projects. Let's start with the screenplay. What are the most important moments in your story? Creating memorable moments shouldn't just be about dynamic visuals. They should also be tied to key story beats. In 2001, the scope of the story is as wide as it gets. Time.
No, it's not. It doesn't go into the history of life on Earth prior to humans.
Space. And our place in the universe. But the story really begins 3 million years ago. We imported the script by Kubrick and Arthur C. Clarke into Studio Binder, so let's take a look.
Good Sephian variable, yes. Yeah. I already opened the pod bay doors. No, you didn't. Small parched valley.
We begin with the hominids living in harmony with their surroundings. But the
tapirs
of the monolith changes that. It inspires an idea. A way for these proto-humans to take control of their environment and evolve.
Mess things up.
It is the inciting incident for the...
By the way, this is supposed to be apparently a military satellite containing nuclear missiles. I think it's even mentioned in the script, but kind of a dark vision.
The entire human race. This is a critical moment in the story of 2001, and Kubrick knew it. Now that we have the story beat isolated, what creative decisions were made to bring this moment to life? The process starts with a breakdown.
Mayor Space says, at film school, my fellow classmates would not tolerate criticism of Kubrick. Oh, boy. I didn't know you went to film school, Mayor Space. Interesting. If I tried to voice this, they'd immediately lob the accusation of being a Michael Bay fan, which was the ultimate diss. That's so funny. What are they, like 12 years old? Oh, goodness. Anyway, Kubrick didn't know anything about tapirs, apparently.
Everyone knows Kubrick is meticulous, and we can only guess how many decisions were made in this sequence. From the costumes and makeup to the shrubs and plants. Or even using tapirs.
Again, it was warthogs originally, which makes sense because they're from Africa. They're at least on the correct continent, you know? Tapirs first evolved in North America, spread to Asia and Europe and South America, never lived in Africa. So this part is wrong. And, like, again, it's so wrong that as a kid watching this for the first time when I was, like, 12, I'm like, do I really want to watch the rest of this trash? Like, if they can't bother to get the most basic details right, why am I, like, am I wasting my time here? And then you could make an argument that the film was way longer than it should be, but so maybe I was wasting some time. But it gives me something interesting to talk about here, you know? I feel like this is a perspective that more people need to have. Like, when we're talking about a science fiction film like this, there's so much emphasis on a lot of the technical details of technology, spacesuits, orbital mechanics of spacecraft, stuff like that. When the most basic, fundamental biological stuff like, does this critter actually live on this continent? Like, this would be like setting your film in the US Civil War, and then your main character has a digital wristwatch. Like, what? What? It's that level of, like, boneheaded mistake, you know? It's just, goodness.
Instead of warthogs. Instead, we're going to focus on the most important elements in this sequence.
Tapirs. Oh, no.
Let's start with the first appearance of the monolith.
Anyway, but yeah, I feel like in a lot of ways, people want to think about animals as more of like ideas or characters or products, even as like IP, intellectual property, rather than as like living things. You know, like, I feel like it's a serious issue that we have in our culture. And, like, as a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm really used to this. It's starting to fade away now, thank goodness. But, like, a few years back, I would be talking with people and they'd go, do you really think dinosaurs had feathers? Like, I just hate that idea because, you know, they should be just like they were in Jurassic Park. I like scaly dinosaurs. That feathery stuff, I hate that. It's like, you're fundamentally missing the point. These are real animals. That's what makes them cool. That authenticity, as I've said so many times, is what makes dinosaurs compelling. I feel like there's something similar going on here, where, like, Kubrick, I think, liked the look of tapirs without really thinking about what that means or what these creatures actually are. It's fundamentally, it's flash over substance. It's appearance over anything real, you know? And to somebody like me, as a 12-year-old kid watching this, I'm like, this is trash. I don't know. I feel like, especially here in the United States, well, lots of other places too. I don't know. I can slag off the U.S. because I live here. Never lived in any other country. But I feel like we here in the States, maybe, we've got a lot of this. People like the aesthetics of a certain animal or something. And they're like, oh, it would be great to have as a pet. Or like, I think this critter is cool. Or it's all well and good. In fact, it's better than well and good to have enthusiasm for a creature like this. But you should want to know what it's really about, you know? Don't miss the point. Don't commodify it into just, like, aesthetics, just shapes and colors. I want people to appreciate these creatures as living things with a long and rich evolutionary history stretching back in time and into the fossil record. I garner so much joy and appreciation from this, and I want other people to have that too, you know? More than just a superficial, surface level, like, oh, that's neat, looks like a Pokemon or whatever. Like, you could be smarter than that. You can have a deeper appreciation for these things than just that, you know? Especially with these creatures who are... all 4 species are either endangered or threatened with extinction right now. Like, we need people to better understand and appreciate these creatures and fight to save them, you know? Well, anyway, enough of that soapbox. But yeah. And Cacklin's Nerve says, I even bristle slightly when you say living things rather than living beings or creatures. Oh, I don't mean to imply things as, like, inanimate or possessions or property or something. Living things is, like, we use that phrase a lot in the sciences. And honestly, a large part of it is because I don't want to keep saying the word organisms a million times per broadcast. Because I feel like, A, that would be repetitive, and B, it sounds clinical and distant and... yeah, I don't know. That's why I often say living thing or critter. But yeah. Point taken, though, Captain's Wharf. Point taken. Yeah. That's the slightly... oh, yeah. No, I understand. I appreciate that perspective, though. Thank you for voicing that. Yeah. Animals are more than backgrounds. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Exactly. And here, they feel like they're supposed to be part of the backdrop. And that... yeah, I don't know. It rankles me a little bit. It's one of the things I've... I don't know. I feel like 2001: A Space Odyssey is a very imperfect film in a lot of ways. People rave about it, but I've always felt it was kind of amateurish. I can't get past that detail. It's a Civil War soldier wearing a digital wristwatch. It's that egregious, you know? So yeah. Anywho. Let's talk about tapir conservation. See if we can find anything about that. The IUCN website is excellent for stuff like this. The red list of threatened species. IUCNredlist.org. I can look up critters like leatherback turtle. And wow, there's a leatherback pygmy grasshopper? I've never heard of this. Which is also endangered, unfortunately. No picture. Huh. But yeah, leatherback turtle. So this is an excellent website if you want to look up a particular living thing. A living creature. A critter. It'll show you, first off, their conservation status. That's what the IUCN does, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. They have probably the most widely referenced endangered, vulnerable, near threatened list like this. So population trend for these guys is decreasing. Here's a range map. List of the countries that they have been documented in or around. I guess the oceans around these places. I don't know if they've been documented from every single one of these countries, but holy cow. From Albania to Gabon, there's actually a big breeding population of leatherbacks in Gabon. To Slovenia. To Trinidad and Tobago, where there's an enormous breeding population too. Yeah. So anyway, excellent resource. Highly recommend checking out IUCN.org. But let's see what happens when we search tapir. I love how comprehensive this is. There's multiple species here. Long-nosed tapir fish. What does that look like? Just out of curiosity. Huh. Why is it called a tapir fish? Okay, I see why now. Oh, wait. That's a Photoshop. This is what they actually look like. Okay, okay. Oh, and cool perissodactyls. Nice. Anyway, tapirs. Tapir fish. Let's look up Malayan tapir. Here, called Malay tapir. Endangered. Here's a range map. So throughout Malaysia and up into Thailand a little bit, and into Myanmar a little bit too. Last time they were assessed was in 2014. Annotations need updating. So again, if you want to know about the conservation status of a particular critter, this is kind of the best clearinghouse. This is the best place to start, at least. So there's a list of different threats and stuff like that. You can also find here, Species Plus, Tapirus indicus. There we go. There's the person who named it back in 1819. Cool stuff. Anyway, I really need to spend more time on the IUCN website. It's good stuff. Detail. It's a list of endangered species. What we want is... Here we go. Long write-up here. The species is listed as endangered due to a past and ongoing population decline estimated from loss of available habitat, fragmentation of remaining habitat, and increasing loss of individuals due to hunting, roadkills, and bycatches by snare hunters. Boy. Population declines are estimated to have been greater than 50% in the past 3 generations, or 36 years. Driven primarily by a large-scale conversion of tapir habitat to palm oil plantations, another human-dominated land use. This is a common story. Palm oil plantations are There's so many different species that are threatened, not just tapirs, but orangutans famously, fishing cats, and I think flat-headed cats as well. So many different species are threatened because of people bulldozing their habitat and just setting up a monoculture. Palm oil trees. This is the reason why I've not purchased Nutella for the past, I don't know, since I first learned about this. That would have been what, like 2012, something like that. So big anti-endorsement to Nutella.
Oh, brother, this
Yeah,
guy
it's just
stinks.
there's a lot of palm oil in Nutella. They're apparently one of the there's palm oil in all kinds of different products, but like Nutella is particularly notorious for having a lot of palm oil in it. So yeah, a lot of palm oil inside Nutella. How do I boycott brands that are making a killing from palm oil? This is kind of tricky because, shoot. The parent companies that own a lot of this stuff are like, so Nutella, who do they belong to? I forget, but basically there's like 8 huge mega corporations that own the majority of consumer products that you'll find on shelves here in the US, Canada, in the UK, places like that. It's really crazy. And they have a tremendous amount of power and do a tremendous amount of pollution, and yeah. Yeah. And Harold Sparks was an app called Palm Scan or something to be used. That's interesting, Harold Spark. I'm not sure. I know we watched this before, but let's take a look at it again real quick.
There's a good chance you're not familiar with it, even though you'll find it in many of the products you use every day. It's in everything, from makeup and toothpaste to donuts, chocolate bars, and in some countries, biodiesel fuel. It goes by many names, but it's most commonly known as palm oil.
But that is one of the reasons why it can be really difficult to avoid, is there are so many different monikers for it.
Paste to donuts, chocolate bars, and in some countries, biodiesel fuel.
Palmolin, Elias guineas, ethyl palmitate, octyl palmitate, palmisterine, palmic acid, stearic acid, palmitoyl alcohol, sodium kernelate, vegetable oil, palmitoyl, and not all vegetable oil is made from palm oil, by the way. But this is a way that they can kind of disguise it in the product label. It goes by a lot of names.
It's most commonly known as palm oil. Global consumption of palm oil has quintupled since 1990. Oil derived from the palm fruit is easy to extract, has a higher yield than other types of vegetable oils, and can be used in dozens of products. But the proliferation of palm oil also poses a massive environmental threat. Each year, palm oil plantations destroy millions of acres of forested land, create billions of tons of carbon pollution, and kill endangered wildlife. All of this makes the palm oil industry one of the worst environmental offenders on the planet. In 2015, over 62,000
And so, I don't know, some people might go, well, you know, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. You know, should we really worry about this? Let's just I can understand the desire to just kind of tune this sort of thing out and go, well, the world is just terrible, and what can I do as one person? I don't even want to think about this. Like, I can understand that impulse. Really, I can. But this is something that really kind of hit me right in the heart. And I don't want to be part of this. Not to be like high and mighty about things. It's not so I can look down my nose at other people. It's just, I don't want that on my conscience, you know? And maybe you feel the same way. Maybe this is useful information for you. I don't know.
Square miles around the world, much of it former forests, were committed to palm oil plantations. That's an area 4 times the size of Switzerland. Palm oil is one of the top 3 drivers of deforestation in Indonesia, a country that supplies more than half of global demand. Each year in Indonesia, fires are set to clear forested lands to make way for palm oil production. Just last year, over 10,000 square miles were torched, creating fires so big they could be seen from outer space. All of this unleashes massive amounts of carbon into the air. Fires in 2015 added more.
So it's also exacerbating climate change. Like, people are getting sick because of all of the smoke and everything. And then it's just destroying this habitat. It's leading to erosion, loss of biodiversity. And I think on top of that, it's something that's harder to quantify. But bad for people's souls, too. And I don't mean this in like a corny woo-woo kind of way. It's like, I think it hurts people's psyches to like be destroying nature like this, and all of this, to be turning their surroundings just into a factory for a crop. That, it can't be good for morale. It can't be good for your mental and emotional health, you know? To be surrounded by this, that sucks, you know?
More than 2 billion tons of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere.
Charlie's Dragon says Norway has cut out palm oil from most products. A lot of things are labeled as not containing palm oil because of this. That's actually really cool, Charlie's Dragon. Good for them. Here, is there a video about this? I'm seeing some articles. I wonder if there's something a bit more punchy. Good for them. And Zul says, should we be worried about the whole beyond product? Beyond products? I don't know what you mean, Zul. You mean like virtual products that are not physical? I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Norway has become the first country to ban deforestation, with its eye set on rainforests. Now, you may have noticed Norway itself...
Oh, no, not meat. Oh, is that what you mean, Zul, is like meat replacements? I eat that stuff all the time if I can afford it. Yeah. It's a zillion times better than beef is. Not just in terms of health, but especially in terms of environmental impact. I think especially here in the United States, we're inundated by a tremendous amount of propaganda about this kind of thing. I was just reading an article about this morning, I think. There we go. Yeah, greenwashing and denial won't solve beef's enormous climate problems. It's a serious, serious issue. Anyhow, soybean beef replacements, that's the really funny thing. Not funny, devastating. Is that when people try to argue, well, you know, intensive soybean farming isn't good for the environment either. And with beef, you know, like, well, those are just cows. I mean, cows are all natural, right? The majority of those soybeans being grown are fed to cows. The majority of those soybeans being grown are grown to feed cows. If you just cut out the middleman and just eat the soybeans, It's a lot better, you know? Cows that produce methane, yeah. That's a serious thing, too. People joke about it, but it's, yeah. Anyway, Norway.
Doesn't have much in the way of rainforests, but its parliament has promised to make sure the goods it purchases don't contribute to their deforestation. A spokesperson for Rainforest Foundation Norway said in recent years many private companies have made similar commitments, but this is the first time a government has done so. Palm oil, soy, beef, and wood are some of the products that push deforestation the most. One study has shown that between 2000 and 2012, commercial agriculture was responsible for 71% of tropical deforestation. Norway may have become one of the leaders of forest conservation because roughly a century ago, it was on the brink of losing its own woodlands. In 19...
All soybeans are genetically modified bosocentric. All agricultural plants are. That's what agriculture is.
It actually became the first country in the world to assess the condition of its forests. And the BBC reports now the country has triple the amount of standing wood in forests than it had 100 years ago. Even though the supply chain commitment may be new for Norway, in the past the country has actually offered money to Brazil and Liberia in return for curbing their deforestation. Besides taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and controlling regional...
I don't know a lot about this, so like I can't comment on it with any kind of authority, but this seems like a good thing Norway is doing. And good for them. Charlie's Dragon, were you sharing this? Thank you. But yeah. And Jonko Johnson, I have heard that the Chinese government has been trying to clamp down on the like traditional medicine stuff, traditional Chinese medicine, which is neither traditional, nor is it Chinese, nor is it medicine. But it's apparently difficult to do because the people who are most enthusiastic about it are also the people who have the most money. But I don't know. I really do hope that... I've heard that there's some progress being made there. I hope that's correct. Anyhow, yeah. Here's a link to this video here. I'll give you a link to the longer palm oil one. We want to watch the whole thing. My earbud is starting to die already. I need to get the new one. The battery is dying sooner. If it's not lasting a full 5 hours, then that's no good. Find something on tapir conservation. That might be new. Some of these videos were recycled from last year's World Tapir Day. But let's see if this is interesting. Let's take a look at this. Deep in the lush forests of Indio Maíz in Nicaragua lives a creature so cunning it has evaded GWC scientists for a year. Meet Almuk. He's an endangered Baird's tapir, about 500 pounds. He was fitted with a GPS collar in 2016, but it failed to fall off. They used radio telemetry to track Almuk down, remove the collar, and retrieve its data. So these collars are usually designed to fall off after a while, whether it's a collar on a big mammal like that in a terrestrial ecosystem, or whether it's a tracking device on a turtle, a sea turtle, like say a leatherback. They're supposed to fall off after a while. And sometimes they don't fall off when they're supposed to. And isn't that great? Sandwiches Freeze, the cunning tapir. When you look at critters like this, you don't normally think of them as being particularly wily or cunning or clever, but you might be surprised. By capturing a large tapir, it's not as easy as it sounds. I don't know, it doesn't sound easy. A large tapir? Eventually, Almuk could no longer evade the scientists trying to find him. All the data Alma collected can help conservation efforts for his species. Nice. Okay. Cool stuff. And Jonko Johnson, are you talking about the Sumatran rhino? Or the Javan rhinoceros? Probably the Javan rhino. Oh, no, maybe Sumatran rhino. But yeah, there's a number of different species of rhino. I think there's 5 living species of rhino, and there's 4 living species of tapir. But yeah, you're probably thinking of the Sumatran rhino. Yeah. They're very cool. They are very much a rhino, so I wouldn't call them particularly tapir-like. Tapirs and rhinos have been evolving in separate directions for about 50 million years. So they've had a long time to like pile on the differences. But still, maybe this rhino looks closer to, maybe rhinos look closer to tapirs than any other animal on Earth. They should, because they're the closest living relatives of tapirs. But yeah. Anywho, they're very cool. They're very, very cool. And when is do we have like a World Rhino Day? Check my notes here. September 22nd is World Rhino Day. Let's see if we're streaming that day. September 2026. Calendar. What day of the week is that? '22nd is a Tuesday. That might be perfect, actually. Yeah. Yeah, we very well might do a International Rhino Day. Like World Tapir Day. That'd be a lot of fun. Yeah. Anyhow. And yeah, Jonko Johnson, that's ontogeny recapitulating phylogeny. How when an embryo is developing, it's almost like they look superficially similar to these different, to their evolutionary ancestors at different stages. It's so cool. Yeah. 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 Well, interesting, Jonko, yeah. Yeah. Dealt with now. I'm glad it's been dealt with, Kathleen's Worth. Yeah. It's funny, September 22nd has also been the birthday of a few of my favorite people, which has been cool. People I've known in my life. Did that. Intro video. Let's take a look at an entomologic video about tapirs, because, well, it wouldn't be World Tapir Day.
On the bridge between North and South America lies one of the most diverse ecosystems of its size on the planet. Its biodiversity is unparalleled and its beauty is unmatched. Costa Rica is truly a bastion for wildlife like no other.
Let's skip to the tapirs.
Deeper in the jungle live the largest land mammals in Central and South America, the tapir.
You're right, Charlie's Dragon, yes.
Measuring up to 2.5 meters long and weighing up to 300 kilograms, tapirs are true giants. Their nose and upper lip
by mammal standards.
Into a mini trunk that functions much like an elephant's trunk.
It's so cool that she got to see wild tapirs.
They have incredibly
Looks like a
powerful
Baird's tapir.
jaws, and if they bit you, they might take your arm off.
She's saying that because that literally happened. Yeah. Not to her, but to a zookeeper. Like we were
If
talking
you're
about earlier.
thinking that they look like they belong in an Ice Age movie, it's because they do. Tapirs are one of the most primitive large mammals in the world.
Primitive is in the eye of the beholder, but were they in one of the Ice Age movies? Tapir. Yeah, they were. Huh. It doesn't look like a very friendly tapir there. Interesting. Interesting.
And have remained unchanged for roughly 20 million years.
And they've not... Danielle Dufault knows better than this. They haven't remained unchanged. They've changed a lot. They've diversified into 4 different species. What are we talking about? Evolution is always happening. If a species is around, you're going to have variation from generation to generation. That's what evolution is.
If we're not careful, they won't make it the next 20 million. Endangered, there are less than 6,000 Baird's tapirs left in the wild. Tapirs can eat up to 35 kilograms of food a day, and because of this, they are a critical species for spreading seeds throughout the jungle. Tapirs spend their mornings soaking in mud baths, often with several companions, like the basilisk lizard.
Look at that.
But life for a tapir
Hanging out on a tapir.
isn't always so relaxing. While being so large means that they have very few predators, their main predators happen to be the second largest land mammal in South and Central America.
Yeah, and jaguars will eat anything. Well, any other animal that they can get hold of. Like, they'll take people if they get the chance, if driven to, if they need to, like if in a desperate situation. Jaguars will take caimans, large snakes, tapir, deer, just about anything. Leatherback turtles. Their one, like, terrestrial predator, apart from humans, on nesting beaches is jaguars. They'll eat anybody, you know? Nuts.
The jaguar. Hoping to catch the tapir in its morning mud bath, the jaguar silently approaches. But it's not silent enough. The tapir will live to soak another day. Up in the trees, the faces of Corcovado are entirely different.
Yeah, here's a link to the rest of this video. Pretty cool. And I don't know if we're going to do a David Attenborough Day. Well, here's the thing, Murph Swerf. Well, David Attenborough is, out of all of the people on the TV machine, he's one of the people I respect the most. I think one of the few people who really deserves veneration on the old televisor. I think we might just be too busy. Because leading up to that, we have my Streamiversary special. That'll mark 6 years of streaming here on Twitch on May 7th. And then I'm also maybe going to be running around doing a bunch of IRL stuff because I'm going to be paying for mobile data for when I'm in Florida, and that is not cheap. And you can only buy it in 1 month chunks. It's like $500. I really got to make the most of that. And I'll be, I think, running around doing a bunch of different IRL streams from museums and zoos and outdoor spaces and stuff like that. So, I don't know if we'll have a special Attenborough stream. Might not be in the cards this year. We'll see. But, yeah. there not an Animal Fact Files video on tapirs? I feel like there should be. There is. Excellent. In fact, there's two. Let's take a look at this one.
These strange-looking animals look kind of like a pig and an anteater had a baby, but tapirs are most closely related to horses and rhinos.
Yep,
there are
especially
4
rhinos.
accepted species of tapir. A 5th species has been proposed, but its classification is currently still debated. 3 tapir species live in Central and South America, while the 4th species is found in Asia. That might seem a little strange. How did such a big animal basically end up on the other side of the world? Tapir ancestors have been around for millions of years.
Well, here's the thing, is that they first evolved in North America. They're from here originally. So let's go to 50 million years ago. North America. We have tapir fossils from places like Nebraska and the Dakotas and Wyoming, I think. From about 50 million years ago, give or take. And these critters, how did they end up in Asia? They walked across a land bridge. When sea levels dropped a little bit, you had a land bridge going basically from Alaska to Russia. And you could get into Asia and then into Europe that way. That's why we have tapir fossils from Europe, we have them from Asia, we have them from North America, and then later, during like the Miocene, finally North and South America were joined up by land again, and you could walk from one to the other, and that's how tapirs got to South America. They've never lived in Africa as far as we know, nor in Australia or Antarctica. What's cool is there is a really weird tapir mimic kind of critter that's a marsupial. Halorchestes. From Australia, but it is not a tapir. It's related to other marsupials, like wombats, kangaroos, koalas. It's thought to have maybe had a proboscis on its nose like that, hence the marsupial tapir. It's not related to tapirs. But some reconstructions don't show that proboscis. Maybe they didn't actually have it. Maybe they had a more wombat-like snout. Maybe they would have looked more like this. So you take away that proboscis, and they no longer look like a tapir at all. So yeah, maybe they were more like this. We don't know, sweetie pie. We don't know. Yeah. And no, not related. Again, it's a marsupial. Marsupials they're their own branch of the mammal family tree. The marsupials are related to each other, but marsupials they're not close to any other mammals, you know? All of the kind of in-betweens between marsupials and placental mammals, they're all extinct. They went extinct a long, long, long time ago. Back to our tree of life here. Mammals. There we go. Yeah. Here's mammals. There used to be all kinds of weird proto-mammal-y things, what we call like stem mammals. They're not on this tree because it only really shows living groups. Oh, and there goes my earbud. Just died on me. Let me plug a different one in. There we go. But yeah, so you had all kinds of mammals. But used to have a bunch of egg-laying species. Today, there's only the monotremes. But anyway, you go further up into our Therian mammals. You have the marsupials over here. So that critter Paleontologizing, whether or not it had a trunk, we don't really know. But that is a kind of marsupial, so it's related to all of these guys. They all have their young in a pouch, but the placental mammals don't do that. All of the other mammals are placental mammals, and tapirs are part of this group. Tapirs are part of Boroeutheria, and then the smaller group Laurasiatheria, and then I think this group is called Scrotifera. Maybe this is Scrotifera, I forget. And then anyway, here's the perissodactyls. This is horses and rhinos and tapirs. Tapirs are over here next to the rhinos. So again, the closest living relatives of tapirs are the rhinos. So they form a clade called, I think, Ceratotheria. Doesn't say the name here, but I'm pretty sure this is Ceratotheria. And then Perissodactyla is the larger group, and there's the equids, the horses, right there. So closest living relatives of tapirs are rhinos, and then together, they are related to the horses within Perissodactyla. Making sense? Yeah. Anyhow, cool stuff.
There's evidence to suggest that tapirs have, at one point or another, lived on all the continents, sans Antarctica. And those...
Not Africa, though. Or Australia. Well, she knows better than this. What? Definitely no tapirs in Australia. I don't think. I don't think there's any evidence at all that they've lived in Australia, or any reason to suspect that they did, or Antarctica, or Africa. So yeah.
Those living today are...
Here. Tapir Day. Etymology, extinct species. The word Africa doesn't appear except when we're talking about genus Equus, which is another kind of perissodactyl. So yeah, we search other continents, like for instance, Asia, all over the place. North America, South America, Europe, Antarctica, no. Africa, no. Australia, no. But yeah.
Are the remaining lineages. One just happens to be in Asia, while the rest are in another part of the world. In those millions of years, tapirs haven't changed much in how they look and are often described as the most prehistoric-looking mammals alive today.
And again, what is prehistoric? Yeah. But they are very cool. I love them.
Tapirs have managed to survive for a long time, but currently they're all considered threatened by extinction. Not only are they hunted for meat, they face pressures in the form of habitat loss. They are also taken by natural predators, such as...
Thankfully not eagles or hawks. Random Shelter, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
in the form of habitat loss. They are also taken by natural predators, such as cougars, jaguars, leopards, tigers, crocodiles, and more. But they do a pretty good job of avoiding being eaten by these animals. A tapir's neck is thick and can protect against a bite. If they are bitten on the neck, a tapir may even slam a predator against a tree to try and dislodge it. Tapirs might look
There's got to be like a wrestling term for that, right? Like if somebody's got you by the neck and then you like slam them backwards. Somebody in the chat's got to know. Do we have any wrestling fans in here? There's got to be a name for that. Like is it... Yeah, is it called a suplex? Is that what this is? I don't know. Maybe not. But that's wild that, like, somebody comes after a tapir is biting its neck, and it's like, yeah, I got a pretty thick neck. I'm just gonna slam you against the tree until you leave me alone. It's now called the tapir. Thank you, Sandwiches Priest.
Pretty good job of avoiding being eaten by these animals. A tapir's neck is thick and can protect against a bite. If they are bitten on the neck, a tapir may even slam a predator against a tree to try and dislodge it. Tapirs might look like lumbering giants, but they're quick on their toes, and their bodies are designed for moving through the forest. Tapirs come in a teardrop shape, with a big old booty and a tapered front end. These animals also come with camouflage, especially the babies. A baby tapir sort of looks like a brown watermelon with legs.
So actually, one of the reasons I want to mention this, the whole teardrop shape thing, they are what we call hindgut fermenters. So they certainly chew their food to a certain extent, but they're not processing it that much. And unlike the even-toed ungulates, the artiodactyls, things like cows, you know, you see them just standing there chewing, kind of moving their jaws like this all day, because they can actually partially regurgitate their food and chew it again. People call it chewing the cud. Horses don't do that. Rhinos don't do that. Tapirs don't do that. Instead, they've just got a big old gut, and the food just sits in there and kind of ferments. They're not doing that fancy stuff like the artiodactyls are. Chewing the crud, yeah. Yes. Hindgut fermenters. Hindgut fermentation. Yeah. Cellulose, which is a kind of plant fiber, is digested with the aid of symbiotic microbes, including bacteria, archaea, and eukarya. Anyway, in contrast, foregut fermentation is the form of cellulose digestion seen in ruminants such as cattle, which have a four-chambered stomach, as well as in sloths. Sloths do that too, really? Macropodids, which I think is kangaroos, wallabies, some monkeys, and one bird. The Hoatzin is a foregut fermenter. That's nuts. One species of bird. Good for them. Gotta love Hoatzins. But hindgut fermentation, typically when animals have this kind of system, when this is their strategy, you got a big old gut. And, yeah. This is relevant to me because when we're looking at different kinds of dinosaur, like for instance, stegosaurs. Stegosaurs have got a big bulky body and very small head. Their teeth are very simple. They're probably not doing that much processing of the food with their teeth. These guys are probably hindgut fermenters too. They're eating a lot of plants, and that's probably why they've got such a big torso. Like, they're probably doing some hindgut fermentation there. Probably. I wonder how you'd actually go about testing this.
That dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
Birds, yeah. Amelia Bedelia, thank you for the 49 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So anyway, tapirs, hindgut fermenters.
Gold booty and a tapered front end. These animals also come with camouflage, especially the babies. A baby tapir sort of looks like a...
So here's that camouflage there, Luke Herman's Gaming. So this is the same sort of thing that baby deer have. Yeah, where they've got this kind of dappled camouflage. This is meant to be camouflage in like under forest canopy. Yeah, so like that kind of pattern. It's the same sort of thing that leopards and jaguars have, you know? Yeah, does that make sense? So it helps to break up their silhouette. And you can get this with other kinds of camouflage too, like whether or not the Malayan tapir, whether that's actually camouflage or not, I'm not sure. But it does help to break up their silhouette. Like when you've got a big white splotch and a big black splotch, you kind of, it almost looks like there's two objects there, or maybe it makes it so their outline is more difficult to discern. Does that make sense?
Brown watermelon with legs. Their markings help them blend in with a sun-dappled forest.
Yep.
Tapir babies are born one at a time. In some species, the female tapir raises her baby alone. In others, such as the Asian tapir, the male may take part in raising the child. As tropical animals, tapirs enjoy a breeding season that can occur year-round. But they may mate more frequently in the wet season, which would ensure their baby is born the following wet season, when food is most abundant. Yes, that does mean that tapir gestation takes more than a year. The baby tapir will keep its stripes for about 6 months, at which point it will stop nursing. But it will remain with its mother for at least a few more months, usually until another baby is born and starts taking all of mom's attention. Tapirs are often described as solitary, but females generally have at least one baby traveling with them, and sometimes tapirs will share a range. Tapirs eat with their prehensile snoots and consume leaves, fresh sprouts, fruits, and more. They're more active during the night because they're not good at releasing heat and thus avoid the hottest parts of the day.
Interesting that they don't do a lot of, like, I wonder what that is about them. Or they have difficulty regulating their temperature if it gets too hot. Although, I mean, to be fair, it gets really hot in certain parts of their range. Like the Amazon and stuff. Central America. Holy cow.
They will, however, lay in water to cool off. In fact, tapirs require a source of water in their habitats.
Yep. So if you ever go to a zoo and you see the tapir habitat, there will be water there for them to hang out on.
They're excellent swimmers and will even head to water to run from predators using their trunks like a snorkel. Their love of water includes meals because they'll also eat aquatic vegetation.
And that does make sense, Cepheid variable. They are quite round. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so it's not like they've got big, heat radiating fins on them or anything. They're like, they're just big round guys and gals. Yeah.
On average, tapirs weigh 500 pounds and stand 3 feet tall at the shoulder.
So again, that's this species of tapir, or the larger species of tapir. The other ones, there's 2 big ones and 2 littler ones.
Some Pokemon aficionados may recognize tapirs as the inspiration for Drowsy, the dream-eating Pokemon, who is also based on the chimeric Japanese Baku, the creature who eats nightmares. World Tapir Day is on April 27th, so be sure to mark your calendars to join in celebrating these awesome animals.
Yeah.
For more facts on tapirs, check out the links in the description.
Good stuff. Here's a link from Animal Fact Box. Excellent. Yeah. Anyway. Before we wrap up, we played it at the beginning of the stream. We'll play it again now at the end. In celebration of World Tapir Day, which I know is yesterday, but instead we had our big fundraising event. I wanted to have that on a Monday. It's usually a better day for viewership, and I'm so impressed with the amount of support. Thank you everybody for your generosity yesterday during our fundraiser. Here's the tapir song for World Tapir Day. Turn the closed captions on. There we go. So this, of course, is the Malayan tapir. Well, explain that in the lyrics. Here we go.
Baku, 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 baku. Baku, 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 baku.
Black and white and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Tapir, tapir. Black and white and a little more black. Tapir, tapir, tapir. Malayan tapir. They are thought to eat people's nightmares. But in the zoo, They also eat potatoes.
リンゴも食
They
べ
also eat apples.
バクバク
Tapir, 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 tapir. Tapir, 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 tapir. Do you know that the ear tips are white? Tapir, tapir, tapir. The Malayan tapir. Start up our wrap-up procedure here.
マレーバクキテ目バク科マレーバクは
Put another mammal under our
4
credits.
種類のバクのうち最も大型のバクです。よく動く鼻は唇と一体化しており、その鼻を上手に使って食べ物を食べるのです。
Come on, credits, you can do it.
バクバクバクバクバクバクバクバクバク
There we go.
黒白ちょっと黒バクバクバクマレーバク夢を食って
Happy World Tapir Day, everybody.
るけど
See who else is live right now. Hopefully Rakadactylus still is. We can go right
バナ
in.
ナ食べてた
Excellent.
皮ごと食べてたバクバクバクバクバクバクバクバクバクお腹の下は黒バクバクバクマレー
Thank you to everybody appearing in our credits here. And hang on, did that not work? Raid, Reiko, Dactylus. There we are. Excellent. Thank you to everybody appearing in our credits today. Raiders and new followers, thank you for discovering the channel. Thanks for bringing people over. Thanks for your viewership. To the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial support, thanks for celebrating World Tapir Day with me. Thank you for allowing me to continue to do this kind of thing, day in and day out. Be able to talk about things like palm oil, how terrible it is. It's not necessarily like advertiser-friendly kind of discussion. Thanks for making it possible for me to do this. Stay editorially independent. I appreciate that. Supporters, thank you. And to the moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I appreciate that more than you know, mods. To you especially, happy World Tapir Day. Let's go see what Rakadactylus is up to, fellow scientist and science communicator. He does science streams on Wednesdays. Let's go tune in to see what he's up to.